Tonight, you'll discover the story of a shepherd in the hills of northern Israel, where the air smells like thyme and sheep dung, and the stones remember every step you've ever taken. The sky opens wide over this land, casting blue shadows across the gorges and cactus thorn paths. The man you'll meet lives quietly, simply, and perhaps, like you, has always wondered how everything is connected, though he might never say it out loud. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you feel like it, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. I love reading that. Now, dim the lights for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It begins with a single bleat, a thin, reedy sound in the early morning haze, before the sunrise gilds the cliffs or the coffee boils in the dented tin kettle by the stone hut. The sound pulls Moshe from sleep. One lamb Levana, a spring-born ewe, was missing. Not dead, just gone. He doesn't panic. Not right away. This kind of thing happens. The flock is nearly 80 strong now, each one a wandering woolen contradiction, stubborn yet needy, dumb yet intuitive. He pulls on his sandals, cracked leather, smoothed by years of sun and soil, and steps out into the cool morning mist. His fingers trace the wooden doorframe, a habit more than a ritual, and he begins the slow descent toward the eastern gorge. This valley, dry and skeletal in summer, is greened by a spring rain that lingers in late March. The ground is thick with the smell of damp grass and goatweed. Birds chatter in the pines, and a dog barks 2 hills over. Everything feels awake, but Levana is still missing. Moshe calls once, nothing. Twice. Still silence. He sighs and begins walking. His legs know the paths better than his eyes do. At one point, the trail breaks into 2-1 fork toward the flatland, the other hugging the ridge. He pauses, glancing at the hoof-scuffed soil, squinting to see which direction the young ewe might have taken. And it's here, on this silent, inconsequential morning, that something stirs. You might call it intuition, or maybe karma, the ripple of previous actions curving gently into consequence. Either way, he chooses the ridge. It's the wrong choice. Hours pass. The sun climbs. His canteen empties. Still no sign of her. By midday, he doubles back, cutting through low thorn bushes and stumbling into a nest of red ants. His foot swells a little from their bites. He doesn't curse, just sits under a carob tree and chews dried fig. That's when the thought occurs. What if she's not lost, but waiting? The idea feels absurd. Sheep don't wait. They wander. But still, something about it sticks in his ribs like a thorn. Not waiting for him, waiting for something, for the grass to grow, for a shade to stretch across a hot stone, for the wind to change. The world, it seems, doesn't just move in straight lines, nor does it move on command. Back home, The rest of the flock crowds near the feeding pen, but Lavana is still gone. That evening, as he lights the small oil lamp inside his hut, he imagines her lying under some olive tree, breathing shallowly, unafraid, unaware of the minor heartbreak she's caused. Sleep doesn't come easily. Instead, Moshe thinks of his father, who once told him, "A shepherd doesn't own his flock. He borrows it from the land." He hadn't understood it then, but now he begins to. That night, a storm brews on the edge of the plateau. Nothing violent, just thunder muttering like an old man across the horizon. It rattles the windows and deepens the silence. He dreams of hoofprints in the sand that vanish just before he can follow them. And in the distance, always, a cry too faint to trace. When dawn comes, Moshe stands outside again. His beard is damp with fog. The dog beside him yawns, as if bored by this whole ritual of searching. But Moshe is different now. Something quiet has shifted. He doesn't call out for her this time. He just walks slower, softer listening. Every pebble, every rustling bush seems to say, "We are all tied together, even when you can't see the string." And sure enough, just beyond the western slope, by a patch of wild barley, Lavana is there. She's standing calmly, not limping, not crying, just waiting. She sees him, flicks an ear, returns to chewing. There's no reunion scene, no dramatic embrace. He just walks toward her and begins guiding her back, his staff tapping stone, his voice low and gentle. On the way back, the valley looks different. He notices how the roots of fig trees snake under the same stones where scorpions sleep, how a bird's shadow cuts across the same soil where ants tunnel and snakes curl. It's all overlapping, all shared. It reminds him of something the old rabbi in Seift once said: "The world is like a woven rug, pull one thread, and the whole pattern moves." He hadn't understood that either. But now, walking beside the lamb, who didn't run so much as simply wander with purpose, he begins to feel it. That evening, he doesn't lock the pen gate. He just rests a smooth rock in front of it, not as a barrier, but as an agreement. The wind changes slightly. In the olive grove behind the hut, 2 bats flicker across the sky like pieces of burnt paper. He listens to them, not just with his ears, but with the quiet, wide space of awareness that's beginning to open. The morning light is already sharpening the edges of the valley when Moshe stirs again, this time not to the sound of a missing lamb, but to a familiar pattern of bleats outside his door. Lavana is there, nudging her way toward the feed trough, as if nothing had happened, as if her little detour into solitude were just a necessary breath between footsteps. He watches her, silently, watches the way her ears twitch at distant noises, how her hooves press shallow prints into the dew-laced earth. There's no guilt in her, no apology, just presence. Moshe chuckles under his breath and pours water from the old clay jug. the one with a hairline crack along its rim. It's held together with resin and patience like many things in his life. The sky is empty of clouds, and the spring wind carries with it the dry hush of distant hills. Today, he'll take the flock along a gentler path south, toward the terrace slopes where thyme and clover grow in thick green waves. He fills his satchel with dried bread, an onion, and a scrap of paper with verses scribbled by an old friend now living in Jerusalem. Not religious verses, just thoughts about the breath and how it carries everything we've ever been. The path winds slowly along the base of the cliffs. The goats are eager, trotting ahead, while the sheep amble with their usual laziness. His dog, a kavish, loops back and forth, tail wagging like a metronome, keeping just enough order to avoid disaster. Then just beyond a bend shaded by fig trees, Moshe sees it a single hoof print in the soil, not from a sheep. The spacing's different, wider, the shape more angular. It's a goat, but not one of his. He kneels to examine it, brushing the soil with his fingertips. The print is fresh, less than an hour old, he estimates. And nearby, more tracks leading uphill, away from the path. He knows what this means. There's a wild goat in the area, or perhaps one that broke free from another flock. He's heard of it before animals slipping out of their herds during storms, following strange sounds, or simply leaving. No fence can hold every desire. Against his better judgment, Moshe follows the trail, not because he needs another goat, but because, well, something inside him insists. The trail is uneven, rocky, scrub-brushed. He whistles for Akavish to keep the flock steady and climbs higher. Eventually, he finds the goat standing at the edge of a ridge, staring into the open distance where olive groves fold into terracotta rooftops. She's thin. Her left ear is notched, probably from some long-healed wound. A bell dangles from her neck, silent now, rusted at the hinge. She turns to look at him, and for a breath, just one, he forgets he's a shepherd, or even a man. He's just part of the hillside, a single awareness, mirrored in another creature. But as he steps forward, the goat bolts scrambling down a slope thick with thorns. He doesn't follow. There's no need. Instead, he watches where she disappears, listens to the silence that fills the space she left behind. And that's when it hits him. Everything that exists, goat, thorn, silence, his own tired feet is tangled together, like the mesh of a fishing net. Tug one part, and the shape shifts elsewhere. No goat runs unless something allows it. No plant grows unless something nourishes it. Even the wind, aimless as it seems, travels paths carved by temperature, by terrain, by time. He heads back to the flock, slower this time, more thoughtful. When he arrives, he notices how the sheep have gathered near a fallen branch, one that wasn't there before. It must have broken in the breeze. A few leaves still cling to it, and the lambs chew them happily. He almost scolds them. but then pauses. Had he arrived a moment earlier, he might have moved the branch. Had he not gone after the goat, the flock might have wandered too far uphill. Every event not isolated, not accidental, just interwoven. He remembers an old Druze farmer he once met, who described fate not as a straight line, but as a loom. You don't always choose the thread, the man said, but you do choose how tight you pull it. Later, as the sun begins its descent, he guides the animals home. The light flattens, turning everything gold. A beetle rolls a pebble across the path. A bee hovers near a thistle blossom. The world is busy, but not rushed. At the hut, he sits on the stone step and removes his sandals. His feet ache. His palms are scratched from thorns. But something inside feels strangely refreshed, like a bell that's been rung and is still humming. He thinks again of the goat, of its notched ear, of the path it took. What strange causes led it there? Hunger, memory, loneliness, some half-remembered smell. And what led him there? 2. He doesn't have the answer, but he has the question. And sometimes, that's the softer gift. As the sky deepens to navy, and the sheep settle in the pen with contented grunts, Moshe lights a single lamp and traces the outline of the hoof print in his mind, not to hold on to it, but to understand how even one small step can echo far beyond what we see. It begins as a tickle in the throat. By morning, it's more than that, a rasp, a chill deep behind the breastbone, the sort that makes your joints ache in ways they haven't in years. Moshe stirs beneath his rough wool blanket and knows, without opening his eyes, that he will not walk far today. Outside, the sheep rustle and complain. Akavish barks once, short and dutiful, like he knows his master won't be leading the morning march. Moshe groans quietly, not from pain. Exactly, he's endured worse. Just the dull weight of realizing his body is about to become very still while the world carries on without him. The fever comes quickly. By midday, sweat glistens on his forehead like morning dew on stone. His body heats and cools in waves. At times, he dreams. Other times, he's not sure if his eyes are open or closed. It's then, lying in bed, that Moshe realizes just how dependent he is, not just on his strength or his habits, but on everything and everyone around him. The goats will roam. The water jug will empty. The firewood will dwindle. The flock won't wait for him. Nothing ever really waits. He tries to sit up and fails. A quiet knock, if you can call it that, comes at the door. Then it creaks open. No one waits for permission here. If they did, Moshe would starve. It's Isla, the olive grower's daughter from the nearby ridge. 17, maybe, or 19. Age is flexible here, like time and weather. She carries a clay bowl of boiled lentils, a flatbread tucked beside it. You look like you've swallowed too much sun, she mutters, setting the bowl down. Moshe tries to thank her. His voice comes out like gravel. She shrugs. You helped my father in the dry season. This makes us even. The word lingers after she leaves, as if kindness were a scale to be balanced. But even balance requires two sides: her arrival, her effort, her timing. They're not separate events. They're conditions unfolding, one thing giving rise to another. Later, the flock returns on its own. Not all of it, not in order. But Akavish herds enough of them back, panting and proud, like a child showing off a crayon drawing. Moshe lies there, watching the sky from his window. The clouds drift like old conversations unresolved, but harmless now. He thinks of his mother, long past, who once told him, "When you're sick, that's when your body listens to what your heart has been trying to say." And what was his heart saying now that he is not apart from others, but completely entangled with them? Not just with Ayla, or the sheep, or the boy who sometimes brings herbs for trade, but also with the trees that shade him, the insects that hum around his hut, the breeze that moves the curtains and cools his forehead like a mother's hand. Even the illness itself, it didn't arrive on its own. It came because of exposure, or fatigue, or a shift in weather, or 1,000 things he'll never trace. And just as it came, it will go when the causes are gone. By nightfall, he's able to sip water without coughing. A small victory. In the darkness, the olive trees whisper outside like they're keeping watch. And the stars, they seem closer now. Not in a poetic way, but in a deeply physical one. Like they've bent down a little to check in on him. He's not better. Not yet. But he's here, and not alone. The next morning, he manages to stand. His legs wobble like a newborn calf's, but they hold. He steps outside, leaning heavily on his staff, and the world greets him unconcerned by his absence, yet subtly shaped by it. The sheep bleat. The sun breaks open the sky like warm bread. Isla's bowl sits by the door, empty, but not forgotten. He smiles weakly. The hut smells of smoke and time. He's never loved it more. At midday, he sits beneath his olive tree, the same one he once considered chopping down for firewood, back when winters were harsher and hope ran thinner. He watches ants carry crumbs, bees flirt with blossoms, a hawk glides high above, casting a flickering shadow over the grass. Everything is doing something, and none of it alone. He thinks of the net the monk in Tiberias once mentioned. Not a fishing net, a net of being. Each knot is a life, each thread a moment. Nothing can be pulled without moving something else. Moshe lays his palm on the dirt beside him. Warm, soft, alive. He breathes in, slow and wide. It's strange, he thinks, how lying still for 2 days can show you more than walking miles ever could. That evening, Isla returns with fresh figs and dried mint. She doesn't speak, just nods once and leaves. Before the door shuts, Moshe whispers, "Thank you, not just for the food, but for being part of his thread." The wind has shifted. It carries with it the sour, sweet scent of fermenting grapes from the southern hills and the dust of donkey carts traveling slowly along the trade road that skirts the edge of Moshe's grazing land. The road doesn't belong to anyone. Really. It exists as a kind of suggestion pressed down by centuries of feet, hooves, and wheels. An idea more than a path. Moshe is nearly recovered now. The fever has lifted like mist after sunrise, and though his body still aches in the mornings, his steps are stronger, steadier. Today, he leads the flock toward the western ridge, where the grass is thick with clover and the earth hums with insect life. Bees hover low, drunk on nectar. A lizard flicks across a sun-warmed stone and disappears beneath a bush before a kavish even notices. But Moshe's peace is soon interrupted. At a bend in the path, where a lone acacia tree leans like an old gossip, a caravan of traders is stopped. 3 mules, 2 men, and a dog as shaggy as a forgotten broom. One of the men is the merchant Reuben, a spice seller Moshe's encountered before. Reuben is loud, always chewing something, always complaining about the price of pepper or the dryness of his figs. Your sheep are blocking the road. Reuben shouts, waving his arm like a fisherman trying to scare gulls. Moshe nods and taps his staff gently against a stone. The flock begins to shift. Slowly, lazily, they move like old women. Reuben barks. You'd think they were fasting. They're full, Moshe replies, his tone flat. Reuben laughs at that, but it's not a kind laugh. Full of what dust and thistles, Moshe doesn't respond. He doesn't need to. But then Reuben steps forward, faster than he should, and his boot strikes one of the lambs, a soft-nosed little one named Zahava, right in the flank. Not hard, not cruelly, but enough. The lamb stumbles, yelps, a sound like thin paper tearing. Moshe's voice sharpens. Don't. Reuben raises a brow. It's just a sheep. Moshe steps forward. She's mine. The 2 men stare at each other. Behind them, the wind stirs a small cloud of grit. The mules stomp and swish their tails. Akavish growls low in his throat, like thunder warming up. Reuben sneers, turns away, muttering something about sentimental fools and their animals. The tension lingers like smoke after a fire. But Moshe feels something else rising. Not anger exactly, but the warm memory of every footfall Zahava ever took. Every time she pressed her head against his palm. Every dawn he carried her through tall grass when her legs were too wobbly. And he remembers what it means to protect not from hate, but from understanding. So, he doesn't strike back. Instead, he watches Reuben go, and then he kneels beside Zahava, checks her side. She's fine, shaken, but fine. The flock moves on. The path widens. The sun leans westward. Later that night, as he sits by his fire, Moshe thinks about the incident. How quickly the air can thicken. How easily one man's frustration becomes another's injury. But more than that, he thinks of the law of cause and condition. Reuben's anger didn't begin with Zahava or with Moshe. It may have started weeks ago when a shipment spoiled or when his youngest son fell sick. or years ago, when something small inside him was bruised and never quite healed. And Zahava's injury, it will pass. But the ripple it caused in Moshe, this mix of sorrow and insight, will remain longer. He stirs the fire, watches the sparks float up like stars unsure of their place. We don't just suffer, he realizes. We inherit each other's suffering, pass it around, shape it, redirect it, sometimes heal it. Every interaction a weaving of threads. Earlier, when the lamb cried out, Moshe felt a pulse in his chest that wasn't entirely his own. It was as if her pain rang in him like a bell in a distant temple. The echo arriving through shared silence. That night, he dreams of threads again, not ropes, not chains, but soft lines of silk running between everything between his fingers and the soil, between Zahava and the stars, between Reuben's angry voice and a childhood wound he'll never name. In the dream, the wind moves the web, gently, purposefully. In the morning, he wakes with salt on his lips, not from tears, but from the sea breeze rolling in far from the coast, carried inland by the great wheel of unseen currents. He prepares tea, lets it steep longer than usual. The leaves unfurl like tiny hands, releasing tension. Outside, Zahava grazes beside Lavana, the two lambs who remind him that nothing is separate, no act isolated. Even a misplaced boot can become a bell. If you're listening carefully enough, there's been no rain for 14 days, not a single drop to bless the olive trees or soak the gnarled roots of the thyme that curls between rocks like green smoke. The earth is beginning to crack. Subtle for now. But Moshe knows the signs. The sheep kick up dry dust instead of cool soil. The goat's milk has turned thin and chalky. Even the lizards sunbathing on flat stones move a little slower, as if conserving their own water. It's the kind of dry that seeps into your joints, the kind that makes even silence sound parched. Moshe watches a thin cloud drift across the sky and vanish before it becomes anything, a false promise. He squints, tilts his head, and sighs through his nose. There's no rushing the sky, no bargaining with weather. Still, the flock must graze, even if the grass has turned brittle and sharp, even if each step seems to scrape against some invisible limit of endurance. Moshe takes them to the lower terraces today, where a trickle of water from the village's old aqueduct sometimes pools, but it's gone. The stream bed is bone dry. The animals complain in their own way, grumbling, nudging, circling tighter than usual. Akavish barks at a crow who dares land too close. The sun presses hard against the nape of Moshe's neck. He lifts his scarf and ties it around his head, then sits beneath an old acacia tree whose roots twist into the earth like braided wisdom. From his satchel, he pulls a small copper cup and pours the last of his water. He drinks half, pours the rest into a chipped bowl for Akavish. The dog licks the water without looking up, trusting, grateful, simple, and for a long moment, Moshe does nothing, just listens. No birds, no wind, just the sound of flies and the shifting weight of sheep trying to find patches of shade. And it hits him not as thought, but as a kind of quiet seeing. He's not just witnessing drought. He's part of it. The cracked soil beneath him, the thirsty flock, the silent trees, all of it includes him, his needs, his discomfort, his role in drawing water or failing to do so. This isn't nature versus man. It's cause meeting cause, condition meeting condition. Every dry leaf, a letter in the Sutra of Consequence. He looks at Zahava, now, lying down, panting gently. His instinct is to blame himself. I should have stored more water. I should have led them north last week. But those thoughts, while familiar, are too heavy for this heat, and they miss the larger point. The drought isn't punishment. It's not fate. It's simply what arises when certain causes come together. It's here, that's all. And the response to it, that's where freedom lives. He stands, slowly, stretches his spine until it cracks, then claps his hands once. The sound startles the flock into motion. He doesn't head back the way they came. Instead, he turns east, toward the edge of the property where an abandoned cistern lies, half buried under moss and regret. He hasn't visited it in years. The path is rough, overgrown. Some of the sheep resist, but Akavish works his magic, nipping gently at flanks, growling just enough to guide without scaring. It takes an hour, maybe more. Time stretches in heat like cloth on a line. Finally, they reach it. The cistern is cracked and overgrown with lichen, but when Moshe lowers a bucket tied to a frayed rope just to test, he hears the faintest splash. He blinks. Again. Splash. He lowers the bucket deeper this time and pulls. When the bucket returns, it carries water. Not much. Not clear, but water. Zahava drinks first, then Lavana, then the others, one by one, in soft rhythm. Their mouths meet the bowl like petals, folding back into a flower. Moshe smiles. It's not salvation. It's not enough for days. But it's something. A momentary reprieve born not from luck, but from effort. From remembering what was once forgotten. From choosing to look deeper than the surface of dry soil. That night, as the air cools and the stars blink with their usual apathy, Moshe lies in bed with dirt under his fingernails and sweat dried into the creases of his skin. He doesn't feel defeated. He feels woven in. The drought, the sheep, the old rope, the nearly lost cistern. They're not separate chapters in his day. They're threads. And like all threads, they're stronger when interlaced. Before sleep takes him, he remembers something the monk in Galilee once murmured long ago. After a long walk in silence, interdependence doesn't mean softness. It means everything matters. Moshe finally understands what that means. The sheep matter. The thirst matters. And so does the one who chooses to carry the bucket anyway. The road bends farther east than he remembers. Long ago, before the fever, before the drought, before Zahava's cry fractured his chest in that strange and tender way. Moshe had walked this path to visit an old monastery tucked into the hillside above a fishing village on the Sea of Galilee. It wasn't a formal place, no gates, no bells, no hierarchy, just a few monks living simply, sitting often, and saying little, but today. He walks the road not as a visitor, but as someone seeking something he doesn't yet know how to name. He's left the flock in the care of Ayla's younger brother, a boy with soft hands but steady eyes. The sheep barely noticed the change. Akavish had whined once as Moshe walked away, then trotted back to the others, understanding better than most humans that belonging isn't about ownership, it's about presence. The morning is cool as he begins the journey. Dew still clings to the lower branches of wild fig trees, and crows chuckle softly in the distance. His satchel holds only the essentials: a crust of bread, dried olives, and a folded letter he never finished writing. He walks slowly. The road is uneven, scattered with the detritus of time-broken pottery, hoof-scuffed stones, discarded prayers. Somewhere beyond the bend is the monk he remembers, or perhaps only thinks he remembers, a man with calloused feet and eyes that seem to blink in sync with the wind. By midday, Moshe reaches the monastery. It's quieter than he imagined. No one greets him, just a single cedar door, slightly ajar, and a copper bowl near the entrance filled with rainwater and pebbles. He steps inside. The first room is open air, shaded by woven mats and supported by stone columns etched with moss. Bees hum in the lavender bushes nearby. A small breeze stirs the scent of sandalwood and citrus. Then he hears it. A cough. A soft grunt. The scrape of sandals on stone. The monk appears not aged, not youthful, just there, like a tree that's always been in the corner of your vision, but never truly seen. Thirsty, the monk asks. Moshe nods. The monk gestures toward the rainbow. They sit. Nothing is said for a long time. The wind speaks more than either of them. Finally, Moshe says, "The sheep don't belong to me." The monk raises an eyebrow. "They belong to the grass." Moshe continues, "And the grass belongs to the wind, and the wind belongs to whatever makes the clouds move." The monk chuckles. "And what do you belong to?" he asks. Moshe opens his mouth, closes it. He doesn't know. After a while, the monk speaks again, very softly, almost like he's thinking aloud. "There's a story we tell here about a man who wanted to understand emptiness. He fasted, he studied, he meditated until the bones in his face were visible. Still, he felt full of striving, full of questions. One day, he gave up, walked into the forest, and wept. There, a crow landed beside him and dropped a pebble into a puddle. The ripples moved outward. He watched them, and that was it. That was the teaching. Moshe doesn't respond. He just breathes. The monk stands, slowly, and points toward the rear courtyard. "There's something for you there." Moshe follows. The courtyard is shaded by an old olive tree. Underneath it, A child no more than 7 sits cross-legged, drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. She looks up and smiles. Not the practiced smile of politeness, a pure, unfiltered grin. The kind that doesn't want anything, doesn't mean anything, just is. And suddenly, Moshe sees it. Everything he's been learning about connection, about cause and condition, about how even drought carries echoes of old clouds was always waiting here. Not in the monk, not in the monastery, in the stillness between things, in a pebble dropped into a puddle, in the space between the monk's words, in the space before the words. He watches the girl's stick draw another circle. Not perfect, not even, but whole. He turns to leave. The monk doesn't follow. As Moshe steps back onto the road, something inside him, something tight and ancient unwinds. Not completely, but enough. The sun is lower now, casting long, gentle shadows. He begins the walk back to his valley, feet light, heart quiet. Halfway down the road, he stops by a spring he once passed without notice. The water there is cold, sweet. He drinks deeply, not because he's thirsty, but because he can. When the flock comes into view near dusk, Akavish bolts toward him, tail wagging, herding instinct and joy tangled into one. The sheep bleat. Zahava presses against his leg, and Moshe, smiling, kneels in the dust and whispers a thank you. Not to the sheep, not to the monk, not even to the olive tree, but to the thread that binds them all. The sun sits low behind the hills, brushing the sky in thin lines of lavender and copper. The sheep return one by one, their hooves soft in the dust, their wool streaked with sunlight. Zahava lingers at the back of the flock, stopping now and then to nose at wildflowers blooming. Despite the dryness, yellow bursts between rocks, insisting on life. Moshe watches from the threshold of his hut. The wood is warm beneath his hand. Akavish has already taken his usual spot near the pen, head resting on crossed paws. Eyes half closed, but alert in the way only an old dog can manage. Tonight feels heavier and lighter all at once, because something's changing. Not in the weather, not in the flock, not even in the land, but in him. He's not entirely sure when it started. Was it the missing lamb? The monk? The child drawing circles in the dirt? Perhaps it wasn't any one moment, but all of them, interwoven like the branches of the fig tree behind his hut. Tonight, as he prepares a meal, a stew of lentils, garlic, and bitter greens, he pauses, spoon midair, to listen. And there it is again. The same sound from that first night, a cry in the dark. But it's not fear. It's not loss. It's new life. A lamb has been born. He steps outside without his staff, without his scarf, without his thoughts. Just feet and breath and awareness. The stars blink on above, shy at first, then bold. In the far end of the pen, Zahava stands over a trembling, slick bundle. The other sheep keep their distance, murmuring quietly, as if reverent. Moshe kneels beside her. The lamb is small, impossibly so. Legs folded, chest rising fast, ears twitching, eyes closed. And as he reaches to gently touch its flank, he feels not as a thought, but as presence that the web has tightened, that something sacred has just been added to the weave. The threads pull closer now. Zahava, the newborn, Akavish, the moonlight, the scent of olive wood still burning in the hearth. He sits there for a long time. Later, as the night deepens and the animals rest, Moshe walks to the edge of the ridge. Below, the valley stretches wide and silent, broken only by the glimmer of a distant torch or the low call of an owl. He breathes in, he breathes out, and he understands. Interdependence isn't a grand idea. It isn't philosophical or abstract. It's the lamb nursing beneath the mother, the soil cracking under the weight of drought, the wind that carries both pollen and dust, the shepherd and the merchant, the goat's hoof print, the pebble in the pond. It's the fact that nothing, absolutely nothing, ever arises alone. Even this moment, standing in the dark, wrapped in the scent of sage and the hush of stars, is born of everything that came before. Moshe closes his eyes, and in the quiet that follows, he hears all of it. Not as noise, not as thought, as music, slow and soft, threaded through silence, played by wind, sung by breath. And now, your eyes are heavy, your breath slow, your body softer than it was, because you've walked the valley, too. You've stood under olive branches. You've felt the lamb press its warmth against your leg. You've heard the monk's riddle. You've seen the net, glowing invisible in the space between stars. So now, let your limbs loosen. Let your thoughts untie themselves. Let your jaw unclench. Let the ripple fade back into still water. You've seen what connects it all. And nothing, not sleep, not night, not forgetting can undo that. Let go now. The flock is resting. The thread holds strong. And so, here you are, at the edge of a quiet night, carried gently from ridge to ridge, from story to story, from each bleat of a lamb to the hush of a windless hour. You've walked where the dust remembers footprints. You've listened where words once fell, only to be replaced by understanding. You've felt the thirst of drought and the relief of old wells rediscovered. You've stood still with a shepherd who said little and understood much, a man who didn't change the world, but finally noticed how the world had always been quietly changing him. And now, the same gentle shift has happened in you. You may not know exactly what it is, but your breath is slower, your shoulders softer, your mind no longer grasping. That's enough. That's more than enough. The teachings of the Buddha were never meant to be shouted. They were meant to be whispered by falling leaves, glimpsed in ripples, found in footsteps. They were meant to be lived. Tonight, you've done that just by listening. No striving, no perfect understanding, just resting in what is. So as your breath rises and falls like the hills you now know so well, as your body becomes the earth that holds the flock, as your thoughts dissolve like a cloud that never quite became rain, remember, you are not alone. You are not separate. You are part of the net, held, woven, seen. Now sleep, dear listener. Sleep without effort. Sleep without fear. The world hums on. You are not apart from it. You are it. In the next story, rain taps gently on the slanted teak rooftops of a riverside village in Burma. The mist drapes over the treetops like a silk shawl. And in the stillness of dawn, bamboo groves whisper with a breeze that barely stirs the earth. Somewhere between the soft footsteps of an old man opening his tea shop and the clink of bowls being stacked for morning porridge, a boy sits cross-legged by the riverbank, his eyes, clouded and unseeing since birth, remain closed, not in resistance, but in harmony. He listens, not like others do. He hears the world as it breathes. There's the distant thunk of oars hitting wet wood, the sizzle of rice being steamed nearby, the flap of a crane's wings, and always the endless lullaby of the Irrawaddy River. He listens not to distinguish sound from silence, but to feel how they fold into one another like breath and stillness. His name is Tan Nang. He is 13 and has never seen the colors his sister describes when she folds his shirts. He's never glimpsed the glow of temple lanterns or the way water sparkles in mid-splash. But he has heard a bamboo shoot split in the summer heat. He has memorized the rhythm of dragonflies, and he knows, without needing proof, that silence has texture. His mother sells steamed banana cakes in the early market. His father, long gone. It's said he walked into the jungle one morning to greet the impermanence, and no one has seen him since. There are rumors, but Tan Nang never asks. He only hums softly, and when he does, the village dogs go quiet and the wind changes direction. One morning, while waiting for his mother near the temple, he hears something odd, not sound but the shape of it. It's coming from across the field. A bamboo pipe played badly. A hollow tone, uneven, cracking like an old sandal on dry earth. But beneath that struggle is something familiar. A warmth, a searching. He moves toward it. Bare feet, slipping through dew-wet grass. Past the pagoda, past the monk sweeping fallen frangipani flowers. He finds an old man sitting under a jackfruit tree, wearing an orange robe faded with time. His back is bent like the bow of a forgotten boat. The flute in his lap has been patched with string and beeswax. The boy listens, and when the monk stops playing, he simply says, "You play like the wind." It's broken and perfect at once. The monk chuckles deep and round, and you listen like someone who sees without needing eyes. That day, the monk doesn't teach with words. He gives Tan Nang a piece of bamboo, hollowed out but untouched. No mouthpiece, no holes. "Why is it empty?" the boy asks. "Because it's full of possibility." The monk replies, "In Burma, There's a saying, to hear the Dharma, one must first empty the ears. So, the boy spends the next week not playing, not imitating but listening, not just to sounds, but their endings. Not just to voices, but to the silences they leave behind. He learns to feel the way clouds break apart by the sound of their shadow. He taps pebbles together and senses the size of the room they're in. He folds a leaf into a cone and listens as wind curls through it like a whisper too shy to become a word. And then, one evening, he finds the old monk again. This time, the monk has brought something different. A harp, small, battered, missing 2 strings. You said you wanted to hear music, he says. This one doesn't sing like it used to. The boy cradles it. It sings just enough for nights after. He plays not for an audience, but for the breeze, the stars, the insects whose lives are measured in chirps and clicks. His sister says his music makes the rice boil sweeter. The fish seller claims the catfish jump higher. The village elder swears his back pain fades when the boy plays. And yet, the Nying feels none of this pride. He plays because the notes tell him where the world is breathing, because he learns, through each string, how impermanence isn't something to fear, but something to follow. One evening, a storm rolls in a gentle one at first, clouds that mumble more than shout, thunder that yawns rather than roars. But just before the rain begins, he plays a melody he's never played before. It rises like a bird remembering flight. It dips like a bowl held by trembling hands. Then, silence. Not because he stops, but because the notes stop wanting to be played. He sets the harp down. Across the field, the monk bows his head. The boy asks no questions. He knows. This is the beginning of something deeper, something that doesn't live in strings or flutes or even song. Later, as his sister walks him home in the drizzle, she asks, "Do you think the Buddha ever played music?" He doesn't answer, but in the puddles, he hears a rhythm. In her steps, a cadence, and in his chest, the soft pulse of a question that doesn't need words. That night, his dreams are not filled with sound. They are filled with the spaces between. By morning, the rain has left behind a world washed clean. The scent of wet earth lingers in the air like incense that won't let go. On rooftops, stray cats curl in the warmth of drying tiles, and dragonflies hover over puddles as if checking their reflections. The Nying sits cross-legged outside the stilt house where he lives with his mother and sister, gently stroking the broken harp, now wrapped in a cotton shawl. He does not play. Not yet. Something inside him is shifting, like a stone rolling one breath closer to the river's edge. His sister is sweeping the front porch, and the broom's rhythm has a gentle sway to it. Shh, tap, shh, tap. It almost sounds like breathing, or a lullaby without words. The boy listens. Then he asks quietly, "Can you take me to the monastery today?" His sister pauses, her hands still on the broom, to see the monk again. He nods, though she can't see that he's already halfway there in his mind. The path to the monastery is uneven mud and stone stitched together like a sleeping mat left in the rain. But she leads him carefully, and he never stumbles. His cane stays tied to his belt. He walks not by sight, but by texture, smell, and sound. When leaves shift above, he knows which tree they belong to. When a bird chirps from a roof, he hears the shape of the roof in its call. By the time they reach the temple, the sun is already tilting westward, spilling gold onto the stone steps. Inside the monastery courtyard, monks are chanting in low unison, their voices droning like bees circling a hive of silence. The boy listens with a half smile. They chant not to be heard, but to remember, not to impress, but to return to something quieter than words. The monk he met days earlier, Uzziah, is seated beneath a tamarind tree, watching the clouds with the ease of someone who no longer needs answers. His flute rests across his lap like a sleeping pet. When he hears the footsteps, he doesn't turn. I was wondering when the strings would call you back, he says. Then Nine sits without a word. He places the harp beside him, its wooden body still warm from being held. Uzziah lifts the broken instrument and plucks a single string. It hums, warbles, then fades like the last sigh before sleep. You know, the monk murmurs, when I was younger, I thought enlightenment would sound like a perfect chord, flawless, resonant. But now I think maybe it's the sound that doesn't cling, the one that ends and doesn't ask to begin again. Then Nine doesn't reply. He only leans into the silence. That day, the monk begins teaching him, not in the traditional way, with scrolls or sermons, but with pauses. He speaks rarely, and when he does, it's in metaphors. A note that insists on lasting becomes noise. A breath held too long turns into suffocation. A monk who tries to be holy is already pretending. But it is not the words that teach the boy. It's the way the monk stops speaking at the right moment, as if leaving space for truth to walk in barefoot. One afternoon, while tuning the harp together, Uzziah asks a question. Have you ever tried playing for someone who isn't listening? Then neighing tilts his head. You mean, like a baby? The monk chuckles. No, I mean someone who doesn't want music at all. Someone too lost in their own storm to hear it. The boy considers this. I don't think I play for people. Good, says the monk. Now you're beginning. And so, he learns to play differently, not to perform, not to impress, but to offer, like a tea leaf placed in hot water. The flavor is there, but it doesn't demand to be noticed. Word spreads, not in grand proclamations, but in the way that incense travels softly, unexpectedly. People begin arriving at the monastery not to seek answers, but to rest beside his music. Farmers with weary shoulders, fishermen who've lost more than just nets, even an old soldier with trembling hands who claims the boy's harp stopped his nightmares. Yet Than Nang never plays the same melody twice. He says the notes come and go, like fish rising briefly in moonlight, then vanishing into the deep, One evening, after a particularly long session of playing, the boy feels something shift, not in the harp, but in himself. It's as if the boundary between where the music ends and where his body begins has dissolved. His fingers are not plucking strings. They are following them like a monk following a river upstream, knowing there's no source to find, only flow. When he opens his eyes, though they see nothing, he says softly, "I don't think the music is coming from me anymore." Uzziah replies without hesitation, "It never was." In that moment, quiet, unnoticed by the crows watching from the temple roof, or the moths dancing in candlelight, settles into Tan Nying's bones like warm tea in a winter stomach. The air around him no longer feels filled with sounds, but with space room enough for every note to rise, drift, and vanish without needing applause, memory, or meaning. The next morning, the monk hands him a riddle wrapped in plain cloth. It's not a scroll, not a statue, not even words. It's a string, just one, torn from an old harp, coiled loosely, as if resting between lives. The boy fingers it, curious. Is it broken? Uzziah smiles. No, just waiting for the right kind of silence. That day, they don't speak, they don't play. They sit side by side as light crawls through the wooden beams and pools on the stone floor. The world, outside and inside, softens. Later, as twilight deepens and crickets begin their nightly orchestra, a group of villagers arrives for a small temple gathering. Offerings of rice, lotus flowers, and folded paper prayers are laid gently at the Buddha's feet. Candles are lit. A soft murmur of gratitude fills the space. Then Nying is asked to play. But he hesitates. He feels the question rise in him like steam from a bowl. What happens when the music becomes more than melody? When it begins to listen back, he lifts the harp slowly, hands brushing its worn frame, and begins. But this time, there are no grand flourishes, no crescendos, no clever tricks with rhythm, just a single string, plucked in rhythm with the breath. Inhale, pluck, exhale, pluck. And in that simplicity, something extraordinary unfolds. The villagers fall, still not in reverence, but in recognition. It is not the boy they're hearing. It is their own breath, their own impermanence, their own longing to return to something quieter than desire. When the final note fades, no one claps, no one speaks. They simply sit. And for a moment, the entire village becomes a bowl of stillness waiting, receiving, enough. After the crowd disperses and the lanterns are blown out, the monk and the boy remain. Stars spill across the ink-black sky, and the distant river hums its endless lullaby. Uzziah turns to him. You're beginning to understand. Then Nang tilts his head. Understand what that there's no such thing as the right note, only a true one. They fall into silence again, not because there's nothing left to say, but because the saying itself would be an interruption. That night, back in his room, the boy places the coiled harp string on his mat like a small offering. His sister, half asleep beside him, asks, Will you play again tomorrow? He doesn't answer. Instead, he listens to the wind between the wooden slats, to the distant cough of an old rooster, to the soft snore of his sleeping dog. And in all of it, he hears the same lesson the monk had been whispering between pauses for weeks. Music is not made by the player. It is revealed by the listener. The next day dawns with the haze of incense curling above temple rooftops and the smell of fried shallots wafting from street carts below. The village begins its morning rituals sweeping, washing, opening shutters, but Tan neighing doesn't rise with the others. He lies still, his hand resting on the harp beside him, fingers spread wide, as if listening through skin. A festival is coming, one that marks the turning of the rainy season, when the monks remain inside for months and the villagers light paper lanterns to invite wisdom inward. It's a time of reflection, of storytelling, of singing, and for many, of seeking blessings from the musicians who offer melodies for good karma. The Naing has been invited to play. Officially, the temple elder asked last night, in a tone of reverence, as if requesting the presence of something not entirely human. And the boy had nodded, not out of pride, but because something in him had already agreed before his head could move. Still, he feels the question linger in his chest like a soft knock on a closed door. What happens when the song becomes the silence itself? That evening, the village square fills with saffron light. Candles are set afloat in shallow basins, drifting slowly like lotus petals lost in thought. The sound of chimes and low chanting circles the crowd as people gather in concentric rings around a raised wooden platform, decorated with palm leaves and marigolds. The Naing is led to the center. His sister tightens the strap on his shoulder, makes sure the harp rests steady against his legs. A few children giggle nervously. An old woman mutters a prayer beneath her breath. And then, stillness. He plucks the first note. It's not loud. It doesn't shimmer. It barely even arrives. But it's enough. It's the sound of something remembering where it came from. A drone of low notes follows gentle, open-ended, as if the harp is asking a question rather than giving an answer. The neighing lets the sound spill from his fingertips without holding it. Each vibration is released like a leaf dropped from a high place free to fall where it must. Then, suddenly nothing. He stops. No warning. No closure. Just the absence of sound. And for a long breath, the crowd leans in, as if their ears might pull the next note from the air. But none comes. The Naing sits quietly, hands in his lap, head bowed slightly, as though listening for something deeper than applause. The silence stretches, and then, slowly, gently, something remarkable happens. People begin to cry, not from sorrow, not from pain, but from recognition, as if the stillness reminds them of something they'd forgotten they carried like a lullaby their mother once sang in a voice too soft to remember, yet too deep to forget. The old woman, who had muttered a prayer, now closes her eyes and rocks. A child clutches her father's sleeve and asks, why did he stop? And the father doesn't answer because he, too, is listening. The monks seated along the platform's edge exchanged no glances, no nods. They simply breathed, as if the Dharma is unfolding right there, in the space where the music once was. Then Nying finally speaks, voice calm and round. The harp has finished what it came to say. And with that, he stands. His sister takes his hand. Together, they walk down the steps, not into applause, not into ceremony, but into the space between candles. Later that night, Uzziah visits him by the riverside. The monk does not say much, just sits beside the boy, watching the lanterns bob along the current. You stopped. The monk says at last. Yes, the Nying replies. The notes didn't want to be held anymore. Did you feel it? The boy nods. The stillness. No. The monk says, the Dharma. In the absence, in the not playing. The boy exhales softly. It was louder than any melody I've ever played. They sit together, the sound of the river becoming the only song. And beneath the waxing moon, something inside the boy opens, not like a flower, not like a book, but like a door that has always been there, waiting to be noticed. By the time Than Nying turns 15, the monsoon has come and gone twice, and the old harp has begun to splinter beneath his touch. Not out of misuse, no. It's been played with care and reverence. But wood ages and strings fray. Just like thoughts soften when held too long. He no longer plays in public, though the villagers still ask. Some knock gently on the door of his family's home, offering rice cakes or woven baskets in exchange for just a single melody. He smiles, thanks them, and says, the harp is resting now. Most understand. A few nod politely and walk away. With disappointment, they try to hide. What they don't know is that he hasn't stopped hearing. In fact, it's the opposite. He hears more now than he ever did. One morning, Uzziah brings word from a visiting monk. A pilgrimage is underway from the south, Mandalay to Sepal, passing through dozens of monasteries, villages, and sacred sites along the Irrawaddy. The pilgrims carry no statues, no banners, only silence and bowls for alms. You should come. The monk says simply, there's something at the golden pagoda waiting for you. Then Nying tilts his head. What kind of something? The monk only smiles. The kind you won't recognize until after it's gone. So, they set off together. Uzziah with his walking stick and worn sandals, then Nying with a light satchel, a flute of his own carving, and a string from the old harp tied around his wrist like a quiet memory. The journey is slow. They walk at dawn, rest at noon, and enter each town as guests rather than visitors. Children gather to ask questions. Old men offer water from cracked clay jugs. Young nuns sweep temple steps and sometimes leave behind a flower in the boy's path. And always, the Nying listens, the crunch of gravel under bare feet, the flap of robes in highland wind, the laughter of merchants arguing over mangoes. All of it becomes a kind of music, one that doesn't need strings. On the 5th day, they arrive at the Shui Qian Pagoda, where golden bells hang from every corner of the rooftop. Each one rings with the softest breeze, like 1,000 tiny voices retelling the same story in 1,000 different tones. Uzea leads him into the central hall. Inside, it is vast and echoing. The chants of pilgrims swirl high above like incense smoke caught in circles. The marble floor is cool beneath their feet, and at the center of the shrine sits a massive reclining Buddha, eyes half-lidded in that eternal gaze between sleep and awareness. The monk kneels, so does the boy. But when Tan Nang bows, something happens. Not outside. Inside. He hears a bell, one that doesn't ring from any tower. A bell without sound. It resonates not through his ears, but through his ribs, through the quiet space between his thoughts. For a moment, he forgets where he is, who he is, the blind boy, the musician, the sun, the student, all dissolve like a chalk drawing in rain. And what's left? Stillness, awareness, nothing, everything. He opens his eyes not to see, but to remember. When he turns to speak to Uzea, the monk is already watching him with that look monks get when they know you've just fallen into the truth. I didn't hear anything. Then Nang whispers. Exactly, says the monk. Later, after the pilgrims have moved on and the evening bells ring again, then Nang lingers by the river that curves behind the temple. He dips his feet into the water and plays his flute for the first time on this journey. No audience, no reason, just a simple tune, gentle, wavering, slow. And as he plays, he feels the wind answer back. Not his words, not even his melody, but his presence. When the song ends, he doesn't feel relief or pride, just a kind of open silence like a bowl placed before rain. That night, he dreams of a room with no doors, no windows, only a single string stretched between two pillars of light. The string hums, then vanishes, and in the space that remains, the Dharma speaks not in language, not in thought, but in the feeling of nothing missing. The days that follow are marked not by miles, but by subtle shifts. Then Nang begins to notice things that once passed beneath the surface of his attention. How silence has different shades. How a pause in someone's sentence can reveal more than their words. How the crunch of a leaf underfoot carries a story, if you let it. On the 12th day of their journey, they arrive in a mountain village where the path narrows to a single trail between terraces of tea and mist. The fog here hangs low, and sound doesn't travel far. Everything is softened voices, footsteps. Even the birdsong seems reluctant to fully arrive. They are welcomed by a group of lay practitioners who offer them bowls of warm rice porridge and gently brewed ginger tea. Uzea rests in the guest house, but Tan Nang is led elsewhere down a sloping path toward a wooden hall used for dance practice. There, on the polished bamboo floor, a woman is moving. She moves like mist, learning to take form. Her body bends, not with control, but with remembrance, as if she's dancing a story that was whispered to her long before she was born. She doesn't notice the boy at first. Her eyes are closed, and her limbs rise and fall with a rhythm that doesn't come from music, but from breath. When she stops, the silence is so complete that it feels alive. The 9 claps once, not out of politeness, but out of instinct. It's the sound that follows wonder. The woman turns. Her voice is low, calm, and curious. I didn't see you there. He smiles. I know the feeling. She laughs gently, then walks closer. You're the harp player from the South, aren't you? I used to be, he says. She tilts her head. And now I mostly listen. They sit together on the cool floor. She offers him a cup of tea, and they speak like old friends who've only just met. Her name is Anara. She once danced in Mandalay, where her performances were praised for their precision. But a year ago, she stopped mid-performance, forgot every step, and never danced again until now. It was like my body no longer wanted to remember who I thought I was. She says, then 9 nods. That's how I feel about playing. They spend the afternoon in silence. And then, without discussion, she rises, and he lifts his flute. No choreography, no arrangement. She moves. He plays. And something rare happens. Something delicate and vast. The notes are not matched to her steps. Her steps are not responding to his notes. Instead, both are listening to something deeper than either of them, something flowing beneath the surface, like water under stone. To anyone watching, it might look like a performance, but it isn't. It's a letting go, a surrender, a practice in non-doing. When they stop, the room is filled with something holy, not sacred in the usual sense, but sacred in the way that breath is sacred. When you've forgotten to breathe and suddenly remember. Anara sits down beside him and says, that wasn't dancing. He replies, and that wasn't music. They laugh softly for the next few days. They continue like this meeting in the mornings, exchanging tea for silence, motion for melody. Each time, there is less intention. Each time, there is more truth. On their last morning, she places something in his hand, a single lotus petal, pressed flat and tied with a thread. You help me move again, she says, not with rhythm, with emptiness. Then 9 doesn't answer. Instead, he wraps the petal in a square of cloth and tucks it beside the harp string at his wrist. When he leaves, he doesn't say goodbye. There's no need. Some echoes are meant to keep rippling, back on the path. Uzea greets him with a knowing glance. The monk says, you found her. Then 9 nods. You both forgot who you were. The monk adds, and the boy, smiling faintly, says, exactly, that night, they camp beneath a banyan tree, where owls murmur and stars press against the clouds like lanterns wanting to break through. The 9 doesn't play. He simply listens to the night, and the night patient, vast and wordless, listens back. On the 17th day, the jungle thickens. The road fades into roots and shadows. Vines hang like questions. The air grows damp with breath and memory. Insects click in rhythmic uncertainty. And even the birds seem to speak more cautiously here. Uzea and Than Nang move slowly. The monk's pace has slackened, though he says nothing of fatigue. The boy notices but doesn't ask. Instead, he begins to walk half a step behind, adjusting his footfalls to match the monk's rhythm. It becomes another form of listening. That afternoon, as the clouds begin to darken, the trail disappears entirely. They pause. Uzea tilts his head. This isn't the path. The Nying listens not with his ears, but with the full surface of his skin. The air presses in differently. The earth hums with a note he doesn't recognize. A single drop of rain lands on the back of his hand, then another, then many. A monsoon storm crashes through the canopy without warning. In minutes, the forest becomes water. Trees vanish into sheets of gray. Thunder rolls without urgency, like an old man waking up from a deep nap. The ground turns slick. Footsteps vanish behind them. They seek shelter beneath an overhang of rock, mossy and cold. There is no fire, only stillness and breath. Uzea pulls his robes tighter. Then Nang sits cross-legged, cradling his satchel. Inside it his flute, now wrapped in oilcloth, the lotus petal from Anara, the string from the old harp. He fingers them like prayer beads, not as possessions, but as reminders of moments that no longer exist. The storm doesn't pass quickly. Night falls before the rain ends, and in that damp darkness, the boy cannot sleep. He turns the flute over in his hands, feels the smooth curves of it, the warmth it once carried when breath passed through. But tonight, he does not feel like playing. Not until something unusual happens. A gust of wind moves through the cave and the flute, resting on his lap, hums. Not a note, not music, just vibration, as if the instrument is whispering back. He holds it up, carefully, placing it near his mouth, but doesn't blow. He waits. Another wind, another hum. He closes his eyes and lets the wind do the playing, and the jungle listens. A note emerges not from lungs or lips, but from the meeting point of emptiness and air. It's delicate, uncertain, and then gone. Another comes, then silence again. Then Nine begins to smile, not because of the sound, but because of what's not there. No intention, no ego, no effort, just a flute and a storm having a conversation without needing him. In that moment, the final teaching arrives. No self, not as an idea, not as a doctrine, but as a felt truth. He is not the music. He is not the listener. He is not even the one holding the flute. He is the space in which these things meet and vanish. When the storm finally fades into the hush of dripping leaves, Uzea speaks from the dark. You played, then Naying answers, no. The monk chuckles. Good. They rest. The next morning, everything is brighter. The leaves glisten like polished jade. Frogs announce the return of the sun with croaks that echo off trees. The air smells new. They find the path Again, not because they search, but because they're no longer looking. By noon, they arrive at a clearing where a small wooden shrine stands, crooked and forgotten. Beside it, a faded sign to those who no longer seek. This is the center. Uzea reads it aloud. Then Nine smiles. Then we must be exactly where we need to be. They sit not to chant, not to play, not to teach, but simply to be. Later, as dusk returns, the boy places his flute beside the shrine, a gift or a letting go. The monk raises an eyebrow. You're leaving it, the Naing nods. The Dharma doesn't need a mouthpiece. He says, Uzea closes his eyes and bows not to the shrine, but to the boy. That night, sleep comes without effort. And in his dreams, then Naing sees the harp string, the lotus petal, and the flute all resting in a river, not drifting, not anchored, but simply floating in place, waiting for nothing. Complete. When Than Nang returns to the village, it is neither a grand homecoming nor a silent departure. It is simply a return, like breath after exhale, like footsteps finding familiar earth. The bamboo groves sway in greeting. The Irrawaddy hums with the same gentle indifference. The tea shop clinks, the temple bell sways, and the dog stretch as if nothing has changed. Except, of course, everything has. His sister embraces him quietly, without fuss, her forehead resting briefly on his shoulder. She doesn't ask about the journey. He doesn't try to explain it. What would he say? That he heard the sound of no self in a storm, that he played a flute by not playing it, that a dancer once forgot her body and found the Dharma in her forgetting. Instead, they sit, share warm tea, let the silence fill the spaces where stories might have been. In the days that follow, the Naing no longer reaches for the harp. He no longer carves flutes from river reeds, but he listens. He listens to the fish seller's complaints about low tides, to the monk's quiet sweeping, to his mother's laughter, brittle with age but still full of life. And slowly, people stop asking him to play, not out of disappointment, but because somehow they understand. One evening, the village hosts a small gathering beneath the Bodhi tree at the temple's edge. Lanterns flicker like quiet stars. Children chase each other barefoot through the dust. Elders drink tea laced with lemongrass. Then Naing is there, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, not asleep, just quiet. A young boy walks up, no older than 10, and asks, "Will you play something just once?" Then Naing tilts his head, smiling. "What if the song is already here?" he says. The boy frowns. "I don't hear anything." "Exactly." Then Naing whispers. And in that moment, the boy hears it, the chirp of a night insect, the distant creak of a boat, the rhythm of his own breath. He sits beside the blind musician, not needing more. Later that night, then Naing walks alone to the river. He kneels, runs his fingers through the silt, and dips his hands into the current. Water slips through, cool and unconcerned. He brings his palm to his chest and simply breathes. The teachings, He realizes were never in the instruments. They were in the letting go, in the spaciousness that came after sound, in the stillness. He remembers Uzea's last words before the monk disappeared on his own path. When the music stops, the Dharma remains. And here, in this moment, then Nying feels it not as a thought, not as a lesson, but as being itself. No flute, no harp, no name. Only this, only now, only awareness. He smiles, gently, and lays back on the riverbank, feeling the earth support him like an old friend. Above, clouds drift. A single bamboo leaf falls and lands on his chest. He does not brush it away. He lets it stay, just as everything else has been allowed to come and go. No resistance, no reaching, only presence, only the sound of the river speaking without words. And as sleep begins to arrive, not abruptly, but like a guest removing her shoes at the door, the boy who once played songs for others now rests in the song that plays itself, a song that requires no player, a teaching that cannot be taught, a truth that whispers gently, there is nothing to become. There is nothing to hold. There is only now. And now is enough. The bamboo rustles once. The wind sighs. The night wraps itself around the breath of the boy, and the silence grows large enough to hold the entire world. And now, dear listener, rest easy. Let go of the riverbanks of thought. You've floated long enough. The boy's journey was never about reaching a distant shore, but about seeing clearly the current he had always been in. Perhaps you've heard a story tonight, or maybe you've only felt something. A softness behind the words, a hush between the notes. That's where the Dharma lives. Not in complexity, not in grand answers, but in the quiet permission to be fully, gently, now. You are not broken. You are not late. You are not unfinished. You, like the blind musician, are learning to hear without needing to grasp, to let the wind play your song, to let the world be your teacher, not with force, but with stillness. So let your breath become the flute. Let your heartbeat be the drum. Let your body, lying there now, become the silent instrument that plays peace without needing to sound. There is nothing left to understand tonight. No more effort. No more striving. You are home already. Let each exhale carry away the past. Let each inhale bring you back to the present. Let the space between become your refuge. And as your thoughts soften, as your body releases its holding, know this, even when the story ends, the Dharma remains. Even when you forget everything, awareness remembers. So rest, float, disappear gently into the silence. And if you dream, may the dream be kind. In the next story, you stand barefoot on damp earth, the kind that smells of deep rain and soft rot. The air is thick with birdsong and drifting mist, curling around trunks of ancient kauri trees. Somewhere in the canopy, a tui sings not with melody, but with the jumbled, metallic notes that sound like the forest is talking to itself. You can almost feel the wood breathing around you. The land is alive, not just with roots and vines, but with memory. And in this land, an old tradition whispers, the wood chooses the carver. His name is Tama, and he is both very young and already too old to be untouched by sorrow. His father was a fisherman, lost to the sea. His mother sings songs while weaving flax, and her songs carry more silence than sound. And so, the boy walks often, alone, through the hills behind the village. He does not say much, but the elders notice how he listens, how he watches the way wind bends grass, and how his fingers trace the shape of stones. It is during one of these walks that Tama hears it a hollow thump, faint but unmistakable. Not threatening, more like a soft knock on the edge of the world. Curious, he follows it deeper into the forest. The ferns grow thicker. The sunlight thins into threads. Finally, by the curve of a stream lined with moss and cow-eye roots, he finds a fallen log. The sound is coming from inside it, not from an animal, not from wind, but something else, something like waiting. Tama reaches out and touches the bark. His fingertips hum. The grain is old, spiral tight, dense with time. It is kauri sacred, strong, almost impossible to find fallen naturally. The elders say kauri remembers what it grows beside. Some believe it knows more about the carver than the carver does. He kneels, waits, listens, and then, without really deciding, he returns to the village, borrows his grandfather's carving adze, and comes back to the log at dawn. The forest does not object. The first cut feels strange, not just because of the sharpness, but because of what it awakens. As wood shaves curl away, so do thoughts, vague ones, flickering ones. A memory of his father's calloused hand resting on his head when Tama was very small. He shakes it off. Focus, he tells himself, but focus, it turns out, has a cost. Because carving is not just creation, it's also loss. The piece he chooses to carve is a small tiki figure, traditionally a symbol of fertility and protection. But Tama is not thinking of fertility. He is thinking of form, of symmetry, of perfection. He works, forgetting to eat, his fingers aching from gripping too hard. The face of the figure begins to emerge, but the eyes are too wide, the mouth too harsh. He grows frustrated, starts over. Again and again, he begins to hate the wood. He carves too fast, too hard. The adze slips, gouging a line too deep into the nose. He swears under his breath, somewhere in the trees. A tui laughs. When Tama returns to the village, the tiki is crude and off balance. His grandfather nods politely but says nothing. His mother touches the figure gently and hums, as if trying to soothe the carving itself. Tama dreams of a forest where trees speak in riddles. One tree says, "You cannot carve what you will not see." Another adds, "You cannot see what you cling to." He wakes before dawn, heart pounding. Tama walks again, further than before. The land rises into cliffs, and beyond them, a coastline where waves break endlessly against black rock. But he does not stop there. He follows an old trail, one barely visible, one only spoken of in stories. At its end, a clearing. And in that clearing, a man sits cross-legged, carving. The man is old, but not fragile. His body is wiry, his eyes half-lidded. He does not look up when Tama arrives. Instead, he continues to work, his hands moving slowly, rhythmically, like the tide. You carved with your hands, the old man says finally, not looking up, but not with your breath. Tama frowns. What does that mean? The old man shrugs. You'll find out. He nods toward a smaller stump nearby. Sit. Watch the grain. Wait for it to speak. So Tama sits. And for the first time, he doesn't carve. He simply watches. The wood is not blank. Its spirals and ridges, its knots and marks, they seem to move, subtly, as if alive. He breathes. Slower, slower. When he finally lifts the adze, his hand does not shake, does not crave. It just begins. The shavings fall like petals. The tiki face that emerges is simple, humble. It is not perfect. One eye is smaller. The brow dips unevenly, but somehow the figure seems kind, gentle, real. The old man finally smiles. You listened? Tama returns to the clearing. He learns more about wood than any book could teach. About the difference between forcing and guiding. About the space between strokes. About where to pause. And why silence matters as much as sound. When he dreams, the forest no longer speaks in riddles. It just breathes with him. Back in the village, no one sees him leave each morning, but they notice something. His eyes are quieter. His hands move slower. The children follow him, watching him carve small faces into driftwood and sing to the ocean. A village elder comes to him with a plank weathered, long, and heavy with age. It is for the marae, the communal meeting house. It needs to bear the image of an ancestor. Are you ready? The elder asks. Tama looks at the grain, then at his hands. He does not answer. He simply begins to listen. And in the first cut, the forest leans in. The first cut on the marae panel is different, not because the adze is sharper, or the wood older, though it is both, but because this time, Tama pauses before it, long enough for the wind to quiet, long enough for the birds to forget him. He rests his fingers on the grain and lets them follow its lines like reading a story already written. He does not carve to impress, not to control. He carves because the story in the wood is waiting to be revealed. Still, even with the humility he has begun to cultivate, craving creeps in quietly, like a vine curling at the base of the heart. This carving is for the marae, the most sacred communal place in the village. The panel will be mounted above the entrance, blessing all who pass beneath it. People will see his work. People will remember it. The thought tightens in his chest. He starts with the eye of the ancestor. The grain runs tight and narrow through this section hard to shape, harder still to leave untouched. Each strike with the adze feels too deep, or not enough. He tries again, slower, then faster. The curve of the brow begins to rise, but it does not match what he imagines. In his mind, the figure is noble, serene, ageless. But on the panel, something raw is emerging, something sorrowful. He frowns, his hands tense. His carving has grown distorted. The mouth is set in a grimace, the eyes wide and restless. It looks frightened, lost. He sets down the adze. His breathing is uneven. The forest around him, normally a companion, now feels thick with judgment. Every leaf seems to ask, "What are you trying to prove?" Tama walks past the edge of the village to the grave of his father. It's marked by a flat stone and a driftwood carving that Tama shaped as a child before he knew about symmetry, or grain, or pride. The carving is crude but alive. He touches it and is startled by the wave of sadness that rises in him. He had never cried when his father disappeared. He had never asked where the boat was found, or if there were teeth marks on the net, or what the last sky looked like before the sea swallowed the man he loved most. Kneeling before the grave, he lets the tears come. Grief is not dramatic. It is not loud. It arrives like mist at dawn suddenly. Everything is damp, and you didn't notice the shift. He stays there, breathing in the cold, clean air. When he returns to the panel, something has changed. He doesn't remove the flawed face. He softens it, reshapes it, keeps the grief, but tempers it with compassion. The ancestor figure is no longer perfect, but neither was the man it represents. The village elder watches in silence and nods once. Tama carves through storm and sun. He begins to understand that each face on the panel is not just a tribute, it's a mirror. The wide-eyed warrior, the stoic grandmother, the child with the wind-blown hair, each emerges from his hands only when he stops trying to control them. And with each figure, a memory surfaces. He remembers his mother singing in the night, her voice steady, though her heart was not. He remembers his sister's laughter, echoing through the flax fields before she moved away. He remembers the soft click of his grandfather's tongue when Tama held his first carving, flawed but fearless. The adze moves as if guided not just by his fingers, but by the sum of everything that led to this moment. And yet, pride sneaks in again. Tama dreams of the completed panel and of the crowd that will gather to honor it. He sees their awe. He hears their praise. When the final face is almost done, he begins to rush. His breath shortens. His grip tightens. The adze slips. A large gouge tears into the cheek of the figure. He curses louder than before. He throws the tool down. The forest around him seems to recoil. He does not pick it up. Instead, he sits and stares at the ruined face, as if hoping the wood will heal itself. That's when the old man appears again, without warning, like a bird emerging from the mist. He does not scold. He does not advise. He sits beside Tama in silence. The man speaks. You thought the carving was yours. Tama doesn't respond. The old man smiles gently. But it was never yours. It's the wood's story. The ancestors, the winds, The rains. Thomas swallows hard. I ruined it. No, the old man says, running his fingers over the gouge. You revealed something unexpected. That's all. They sit. The light shift through the trees. A kireru coos from above, deep and rhythmic, like the breath of the land itself. Finally, Tama lifts the adze again. He doesn't erase the flaw. He works with it, turns the gouge into a scar, a reminder. The completed figure looks wiser, worn, not less noble, but more real. When the panel is raised in the marae, the village gathers beneath it. No one speaks at first. They simply stand, looking. The elders see the ancestors. The children see themselves. Thomas stands quietly near the back. He does not look at their faces. He looks at the grain, how it catches the light, how it holds every strike, every hesitation, every letting go. As the sun disappears behind the mountains, Tama returns to the forest. He finds the stump where he began and places a small offering, a single carving of an open hand. Then he bows, not to ask for permission, but to say thank you. And in the hush that follows, the forest exhales. Somewhere between the branches, dawn filters through like a secret, not blinding, not insistent, just enough to stir the birds and invite breath. Tama walks the path without thinking, feet tracing old roots and mossy stones as if they're part of him. The weight of the adze in his hand feels less like a tool and more like an extension of his listening. He's not carving for the marae, not for the village, not even for practice. He's going to see the old man again. The path is longer than he remembers. The clearing where the man once sat is empty, not abandoned, just resting. A few wood chips scatter the dirt like faded thoughts. No sign of fire. No bundle. No footprints. Only the sense that something once mattered deeply here. A note, though there's no paper, is left in the shape of the silence. So Tama waits. He carves nothing, just listens. The old man appears from between two trees, carrying a bundle wrapped in flax. He nods in acknowledgement, then sits. This, he says, unwrapping it, is from before even I began. Inside a piece of driftwood, smooth as breath. Time has carved it more than any human hand. The edges are worn, the grain soft and intricate like water's memory. Tama picks it up gently. Try to make it more beautiful, the old man says, half grinning. Tama freezes. He stares at the wood. He doesn't move, because deep down, he already knows he can't. He shouldn't. He sets the adze down without using it. The old man chuckles softly. Good. He stands and walks away, disappearing into the green, leaving Tama alone with the untouched piece. Tama begins a different journey, one carved not in wood, but in understanding. The village elder who gave him the marae panel asks Tama to accompany her inland to the high ridges where the ancestors were said to have first arrived. There, nestled in stone and cloud, is a smaller marae, abandoned. Its panels are cracked, some figures worn smooth by wind, but it stands. We don't need you to repair it, the elder says, brushing moss from a carved brow. Just listen. And he does. He runs his fingers across carvings shaped by hands long dead, eyes half closed. He feels the weight of old stories, the fierce ones, the gentle ones, the ones never told aloud. One carving shows a woman holding a child, both made of lines so thin and precise they seem almost like veins. Another shows a storm, all spirals and jagged angles. Another a canoe without rowers. He sits there, carving nothing, saying nothing. He finds a small corner panel, barely visible beneath a collapsed beam. It's blank, untouched, and yet it hums. He dreams of the old man again, but this time, the man is silent. He simply lifts a carved feather to the sky and watches it float. Tom awakes and begins carving the blank panel, not with urgency, not with pride, but with the same presence he once gave to walking through the rain. This time, he doesn't begin with an eye. He begins with a spiral. The koru, a symbol of unfolding, of new life, of return. He shapes it slowly. Each turn follows the grain, not fighting it, but riding it like a current. From the spiral, he lets a hand emerge, then another spiral, leading to a face not yet formed. And as he works, stories begin to surface, not just his, not just the village's, but stories that feel older than language. Stories of paddles dipped into dark water, of children learning birdsong before speech, of love that asks for nothing and gives everything. A group of travelers from a distant iwi arrives. They've heard someone is working on the abandoned marae. They walk through the grounds, touching the carvings gently. A woman with eyes like the river says, "It feels like the wood is remembering itself." Tama bows his head, but says nothing. The elder from the village returns, bringing food and flax mats. She sits beside him, watching his hands move. Her voice is low, almost swallowed by the breeze. "There's a story," she says, "of a carver who tried to shape the Buddha's face. He spent years perfecting every detail. But when he was finished, no one recognized the Buddha." Tama glances at her. She smiles. So he began again. This time, he carved only a single line. When people saw it, they wept. He nods. He understands. The carvings grow simpler, not because Tama knows less, but because he needs to say less. A tilt of the head, a curve of the lip, a single notch of sorrow carved into a shoulder. These say more than entire panels once did. The panel is complete. It shows a spiral opening into a path. At its center, a child walking. Behind him, nothing. Before him, light, but not shining light. The kind that rests softly on leaves after rain. The villagers come. Some bring food, others songs. Children play under the lintels, and laughter fills the old marae again. Not because it was fixed, but because it was listened to. Tama does not speak at the gathering. He sits quietly near the edge, watching how people interact with the space. A small girl climbs onto his lap. She holds out a stick. "Can you carve me?" she asks, eyes wide. He takes the stick and studies it. "Not today," he says gently. "This one's already full." She thinks about that, then nods. Tama walks back to his hut. He places the driftwood the old man gave him on a small altar, beside his earliest tiki carving. Both are untouched, and both, somehow, are complete. There is a mist, not the kind that hides things, but the kind that reveals them slowly. Tama walks through it barefoot, his feet damp from dew, his breath even. The track up the hillside is quiet, but not empty. Every step brushes against memory. He carries no tools, just a small bundle wrapped in flax and a quiet question inside him that has lingered. At the top of the ridge, the old man is waiting. He sits on a flat stone, legs crossed, hands resting lightly in his lap. His eyes are closed, but he knows Tama is there. He always knows. Behind him, the hills roll like waves, and the wind moves through the long grasses with a sound that could be a sigh or a hymn. "You've come to ask something," the old man says, still not opening his eyes. Tama kneels. "How do you know when it's finished?" A smile touches the old man's lips, faint and unhurried. "It's never finished. Not if you're looking with eyes that still want." Tama looks down at the flax bundle in his hands. Inside is the small carving he's been working on in secret, a face without a name, a body without form. Each line is soft, uncertain. He doesn't even know what it's meant to be. He only knows he couldn't stop shaping it. "I carved this," he says, unwrapping it slowly. But it doesn't feel complete. The old man takes the carving, holding it lightly like a bird he doesn't wish to startle. He turns it once, then again, then places it gently on the stone beside him. "Maybe," he says, "it's complete enough to teach you something." They sit in silence, the mist wrapping around them like a story unfinished. Tama finds himself moving with the rhythm of the land. He wakes when the birds do, carves only when the wood invites him. He no longer feels the need to show others what he's working on. In fact, most of what he shapes never leaves the forest. Small faces tucked into tree hollows, spirals carved into driftwood and left at the river's edge. Hands, eyes, mouths half-formed, forgotten, softened by rain. He carves a figure that looks like his mother, not in exact shape, but in posture. The way the shoulders lean slightly forward, as if listening. He places it near her weaving bench. Says nothing. She doesn't mention it. But she hums a new song, one he's never heard before. It carries the scent of sea salt and old longing. There's a shift in the village, too. People have begun bringing him wood, not requests, not commissions, just offerings. A fisherman leaves a gnarled branch beside his door. A child offers him a cracked oar, weathered from the tide. A midwife gifts him a piece of totra wood she's saved since the birth of her last child. Tama doesn't promise to carve any of them. He thanks them, sets the wood near his door, and waits. He knows that not all wood wants to be touched. He remembers what the old man once said. The wood remembers who you were when you first touched it. It waits to see who you become. And still, even with this growing peace, there are days when doubt returns, days when his hands shake, when the odds feels foreign, when the silence inside him fills with static. The mist rolls in heavy and thick, blotting out even the trees nearby. Tama walks, uncertain where the path ends. And then, suddenly, he's not on the path at all. The forest looks unfamiliar. Nothing speaks. He stumbles, sits, breathes. Ahead, barely visible through the fog, is a cave, a place he's never seen before. Small, almost hidden. Its mouth is framed by ferns, and the air around it is cool, like breath exhaled slowly. Tama steps inside. It's not deep, just enough to enclose him in shadow. The walls are damp, and on those walls, carvings, but not like his. These are ancient, crude, powerful, spirals within spirals, faces that look both human and not. A single line etched over and over, as if the one who carved it was trying to understand something they couldn't put into words. Tama reaches out, traces the grooves. He can feel the questions in them. And then, something strange, his own reflection, not in glass, but in a pool of water at the cave's base. He kneels and peers into it. The face looking back is not broken or perfect. It's not old or young. It just is. Thomas stares into it, and the thought arises not as words, but as a knowing. You are not the carver. You are the carving. You are being shaped. He laughs then, a soft sound, not mocking, just surprised, because all this time, he thought the wood was teaching him how to create, but it was showing him how to see. He emerges from the cave with nothing in his hands. Back at the village, he does not speak of the cave. Some places are not meant to be described. He returns to his hut and looks at the stack of wood by the door. He picks up a piece of firewood, nothing special, and holds it like it might dissolve. It's enough. He doesn't carve it. He places it on the shelf beside his earliest figures, not to keep, just to witness. And in that stillness, he smiles, because he understands. Not all teachings come through tools. Some come through forgetting what you thought you needed to know. It rains, not the angry, loud kind of rain that flattens leaves and floods trails, but the kind that drizzles like memory. A steady rhythm on rooftops, a soft hush through the canopy. The kind of rain that doesn't ask you to move, just to sit, to listen. And Tama does. He sits on the porch of his hut, a woven blanket wrapped around his shoulders, watching the droplets travel along the edges of the roof and fall, one after another, into a bucket by the step. Each drop makes a sound slightly different from the last, a rhythm without pattern, a song without beginning. He doesn't carve, not at first. He simply watches. When the sky is the color of worn jade and the mist has begun to rise from the earth itself. He takes out a piece of wood he once thought too damaged to use. It had a deep crack running along its center, and he passed it by with a quiet apology. He studies it again, not as a problem, as a path. He runs his fingers along the split and sees something he hadn't before, not a flaw, but a river, a line that could lead somewhere. He begins to carve not over the crack, but around it, with it, letting it shape the form instead of hiding it. As the shape emerges, a figure curled like a question, its hands resting open, its eyes half closed. He realizes he is not carving a person. He's carving a moment, the exact moment before something becomes something else. Impermanence, not as a concept, but as form. He places the carving on the windowsill, where the rain can reach it, lets it absorb the water, lets it change. He returns to the abandoned marae. The villagers have begun to clean the grounds, clearing weeds, mending the fence, repainting the outer posts. No one asked them to. They just began. A woman approaches Tama with a bundle. It's a small piece of stone, wrapped in cloth, with strange markings etched faintly across one side. "I found it near the base of the hill," she says. Felt like it wanted to be here. Tama holds the stone. It's warm from her hands and heavy with silence. The carvings are old, but not unfamiliar. Spirals, lines, a single eye. He does not try to interpret it. Instead, he places it near the steps of the marae, among a cluster of other offerings, flax flowers, carved shells, a child's drawing smeared from rain. He returns to his clearing in the forest and finds the old man already there, sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, breathing as if there's no urgency left in the world. Tama sits beside him. "I've been thinking," he says softly, "that I used to carve to make things beautiful." The old man smiles without opening his eyes. "And now I think I carved to see what's already there." They sit in silence. The old man opens his eyes and reaches into his cloak. He pulls out a carving, a small one, simple, aged. The wood is faded, but the form is unmistakable. A spiral opening into an empty center. He hands it to Tama. "I carved this when I thought I knew something," he says. Tama turns it in his hands. There are no flourishes, no intricate details, just the rhythm of grain, followed without resistance. He holds it close to his chest. "I'll keep it," he says. "No," the old man replies, rising slowly. "You'll leave it behind, and someone else will find it, and maybe they'll forget they found it, but it'll still shape them. They part ways without farewell." Tama continues to carve, not always wood, sometimes sand, shaped by his fingers along the riverbank, sometimes patterns in flour on the kitchen table before his mother bakes, sometimes only in his mind a figure imagined, then let go before the first stroke. He begins teaching a few children in the village. Not formal lessons, just time spent together in the forest. He gives them small adzes, watches how they hold them, encourages them to wait before beginning. Not everything that wants to come out should come out right away. He tells them, a boy asks, "How do I know what the wood wants to be?" Tama smiles. You don't. You just listen. And then maybe it tells you. He tells the children stories as they carve stories about the moon hiding in the waves, about trees that dream in spirals, about ancestors who spoke in the language of shavings and smoke. Tama sits alone by the fire, a new piece of wood in his lap. He hasn't begun it yet. It's long, weathered, with several knots and cracks. It looks complicated. It looks perfect. He feels the presence of everything that led him here, the storm that ruined his first moray panel, the dream of the carved feather, the girl who asked to be carved and then accepted the silence. He touches the grain and whispers, "Show me," and begins again. The carving grows slowly, and unlike all the ones before it, this one has no image in mind. Tama doesn't try to force a face or a form. He just listens as, resting lightly in his fingers, eyes softened by the low flicker of firelight. Outside, the wind hums through the trees, not loud, not insistent, just enough to make the hut creak a little, like an old elder clearing his throat before offering one final story. The wood is knotty, uneven. It resists in certain places, then yields unexpectedly. Each stroke is like a conversation where neither party is in charge, just two beings learning to trust one another. Tama finally steps back. What has emerged is not a person, not an animal. It's not even symmetrical. It's a curve, a single flowing arc, rising from one edge of the plank and folding back into itself, like the beginning of a spiral that never quite completes. It feels like something unfinished, and yet, looking at it, Tama feels more still than he has in weeks. He sets it aside not to display, not to offer, just to let it exist. He visits the elder at the village edge, the one who first gave him the moray panel. She's sitting outside her home, sipping tea, a blanket pulled tight over her knees. "May I sit?" Tama asks. She nods, motioning toward the mat beside her. They watch the mist curl up from the fields, softening the outlines of trees and fences. A few children run through it, laughing like ghosts that haven't yet realized they've been reborn. "You've changed," she says. Tama doesn't respond. She's not looking for words. She turns toward him, her eyes steady. "Do you remember the story of the tree that grew in the wrong place?" He frowns, thinking. "A sapling grew in the shadow of the storehouse," she says. "No sun reached it. People said to cut it down. But it stayed, quiet, small, until the storehouse collapsed in a storm. And that little tree, it had roots so deep, it became the strongest tree in the village." Tama smiles softly. "Sometimes," she says, tapping her chest, "our shade is the thing that teaches us how to grow." He thinks about that. Tama dreams again, not of the old man, not of the forest, but of the carvings themselves. He sees them moving shifting places, whispering to one another. One spiral melts into another, A hand becomes a wave. A mouth opens and nothing comes out, but the silence carries weight. In the dream, Tama walks among them, unnoticed. One of the carvings turns and looks at him. It is his face, but older, weathered, kind. When he wakes, the rain has returned. Not heavy, just present. He walks to the riverbank with no destination in mind. The river is swollen, its surface trembling slightly in the morning wind. Driftwood floats along its edges. Among it, something catches his eye. A piece of wood, long, curved, familiar. He wades in to retrieve it. It's cold, waterlogged, but beautiful. He carries it home. He carves slowly, letting the water speak, letting the river's memory shape each cut. What emerges is something new, a canoe, small and ceremonial, not meant to float, but to hold something, a bowl, almost, a vessel. He lines it with shells, with strands of flax, with smooth river stones he collected and never understood why. He leaves it in the forest clearing, beneath the tall kuri trees. No name, no explanation, just offering. People sometimes wander through his clearing, not to ask for carvings, not to speak, just to sit. Some leave stones. Others bring scraps of driftwood. Someone leaves a feather. He doesn't ask who. He returns to find that someone has placed their own carving beside his. It's crude, small, clearly done by a beginner, but it holds something pure, something true. He smiles and leaves it where it is. The forest no longer feels like his place alone. It belongs to the ones who listen. A boy asks him, "What do we do if we make a mistake?" Tama hands the boy a cracked carving one he'd started and abandoned. A deep gash runs through its side. "Carve with it anyway," he says, not to hide the mistake, to let it speak. The boy studies the crack, then begins to work, carving around it, inside it, letting it become the shape. Tama watches without interfering. By the fire, Tama holds one of his oldest pieces, the first tiki he ever made. Its lines are harsh, uneven. The eyes are too big. The mouth is sharp, but it feels sacred, not because it's beautiful, because it taught him everything. He sets it beside the latest carving, 2 bookends, a story with no final chapter, only echoes, the kind that return when you stop trying to call them. The forest is quiet again, not empty, never empty, but calm, in the way a body is after deep exhale. Even the wind seems to have slowed its pace, choosing stillness over motion. Tama walks with bare feet through leaf-soft trails, the soles of his feet stained green from moss and memory. He carries no tool, just a folded cloth in one hand, and in the other, nothing, and even that feels full. He returns to the same clearing where he met the old man. The stump still rests at the center, its rings weathered, softened by sun and years of waiting. Around it, tiny carvings, some his, many not dot the trees like quiet prayers. A spiral here, a wave there, a hand reaching, but not grasping. He smiles, laying the cloth bundle down on the stump. Inside it, a small carving. It is in many ways, unlike anything he has ever made. It bears no face, no figure, no animal or ancestor, just a pattern, an open spiral that dissolves into a long, shallow curve, like a river seen from above. It is the last carving he will make, not because there's nothing left to say, but because silence has finally arrived to speak. Tama breathes. The forest does too. And just as he's about to leave, something draws his eye, a broken branch nearby, half hidden in ferns. He picks it up, turns it over, and lets out a quiet laugh. It is beautiful. Already. He doesn't carve it. He places it gently beside the others and walks home. A light wind rustles the woven walls of his hut. Inside, he sits cross-legged, watching shadows flicker from a small oil lamp. The hut is filled with the scent of flax and wood smoke. The air cool, but not unkind. He feels the weight of the years behind him not heavy, just settled, like a cloak placed around his shoulders by the hands of time. He closes his eyes, and in that quiet, an image returns the river. Not the real one, but the one in his mind, the same river that ran through the cracked panel he carved. The same one he imagined inside the cave. The same one that somehow has always been carving him. And floating down that river, he sees all the faces he has carved and all the ones he never dared to his mother's quiet smile. His father's calloused hand, the old man's knowing gaze, the child who once asked to be carved and then accepted silence. They are not separate. They are not past. They are grains of the same wood, spirals of the same story. And you, yes, you are floating too, because the story is yours. You may not hold an adze. You may never touch wood with reverence or carve a face into bark. But the lesson waits in your hands just the same. Maybe you shape moments instead of timber. Maybe you carve time with how you listen. Maybe the grain you follow is the breath moving in and out of your own chest, changing shape with every rise and fall. And maybe, just maybe, nothing needs to be perfect for it to be sacred. So when the next moment comes, don't rush it. Feel it. Trace its grain with your attention. Let it show you where to begin, even if it's cracked, even if it's crooked, even if it leads you nowhere you expected, especially then. Because everything that is real, the joy, the sorrow, the waiting, the release will shape you in ways no tool ever could. And someone else will look at you and say, that one has been carved by time, and it will be true, and it will be enough. Now, let the night deepen. Let the images of wood and wind, rivers and silence settle like dust in the corners of your breath. Feel the weight of your body ease into the ground beneath you. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to finish, no shape left to force. Only the sound of the world carving you gently from the inside out. A spiral opening, a wave receding, a hand letting go. Sleep. Now. The carving continues. in stillness in you. In the next story, a thick mist hangs over the edge of the Norwegian Sea. The sky has forgotten the sun, cloaking the horizon in hues of pewter and clouded pearl. You hear the creaking of the dock as it sways gently, tethered like a tired thought trying to stay grounded. The salt in the air clings to the skin, cold and sharp, like something half remembered from a dream. Along the coast, nestled in a fjord carved by time and ice, lives a fisherman named Einar. He rose before dawn, always before dawn. His hands, coarse and speckled with old scars, grip the wooden oars with a familiarity that borders on devotion. The sea doesn't call to him, it waits, like a teacher who already knows what the student must learn. Einar has been fishing these waters since he was a child, but lately he notices the tides differently. They seem to speak, not in words, mess of course, but in rhythms, in patterns, in the way a net returns with nothing but water or everything at once. Today, the water is still, almost suspiciously still. He squints toward the open sea, though there's nothing to see but the fog swallowing the horizon. He sighs, casts the net, waits, pulls it in, empty. Again, wait, empty. The patience of the sea wears on him in ways that storms never did. You see, the thing about Einar is that he isn't chasing fish anymore. Not really. He's chasing something less tangible, something like clarity, or peace, or maybe just a break in the fog inside his chest. He's not even sure when the shift happened. Maybe it was the day his brother's boat didn't return, or the quiet after his mother's funeral, when the whole village kept talking but no one said anything real. Or maybe it was just age. The villagers still see him as reliable, stoic, strong, but inwardly, something has softened. Each time he watches the net sink below the surface, he thinks about effort and futility, about cause and consequence. He wonders if this too is karma, not in the grand cosmic judgment sense, but the simple, elegant truth that actions ripple. One day, standing alone at the pier after a fruitless trip, he runs his hands over the fraying rope and feels the ache in his joints, not from labor, but from longing. He doesn't even know for what. Peace, understanding. A sign? A seagull lands nearby, oddly calm. It eyes him, then lets out a sound that isn't quite a cry and isn't quite a laugh. Einar chuckles under his breath. You too, he mutters. The bird flaps its wings and disappears into the fog like a thought forgotten on purpose. That evening, sitting by the fire with his supper of stale bread and salted herring, he stares into the flames. The logs crackle like old bones, and he remembers something his grandfather once told him. Long before he passed, the sea gives, but it never explains. And now, Einar is starting to suspect maybe that's the point. Later, lying in his creaky bed, with the wooden beams above him groaning with the cold, He listens to the wind brushing against the panes. It doesn't ask for anything, just arrives, does its whispering, then leaves, like breath, like thought, like life. He thinks about nets again, how the tighter you hold them, the more holes they seem to have. How sometimes, when you're desperate for a catch, the ocean gives you silence instead. And that's when he begins to wonder, what if the silence is the lesson? The next morning begins not with light, but with a sound. A slow, deliberate knock on the boathouse door. 3 soft raps spaced just far enough apart to make you wonder if you imagined them. Einar rises, blankets still draped over one shoulder, and pads across the floor, joints cracking like dry twigs. Outside, the sky is heavy again, its grays stacked in quiet layers. And standing there at the edge of the pier is a man he hasn't seen in years. Old Halvard, the boat builder. Halvard used to be the pulse of the village shipyard, carving hulls from timber with the patience of someone who understood that time was also a kind of blade. Now, he walks with a cane carved from driftwood and smiles like he has nothing left to lose, still chasing ghosts in those waters. Einar, the old man says, eyes sparkling. Einar smirks and gestures him inside. The 2 men sit near the hearth with mugs of weak coffee that taste mostly like rust and memory. They speak slowly, the way men do, when the silence between them feels like part of the conversation. Halvard taps a finger on the mug. You ever notice, he says, that we only build boats to drift away from land, not toward it? Einar chuckles, but the words lodge somewhere deeper than expected. You mean we're always leaving something behind? He asks. Halvard shrugs. Or maybe we're always returning to something we forgot. They speak of tides and timber, of lost years, and the young ones who no longer fish, but drive trucks up the new coast road. Then Halvard grows quiet. His eyes land on a wooden figure resting on Einar's shelf, a carving of a seal, smooth and pale. You made that, he asks. Einar nods. Winter evenings. Halvard runs a gnarled hand along the curve of the wood. Form reveals itself when you stop forcing it. I never carved a boat. Only cut away what wasn't boat. Same with nets. Same with people. There it is again, another net cast, but not for fish this time. Einar watches the fire and lets the words settle. Later, they walk down to the water together. The tide is rising, slow and inevitable. Halvard's steps are careful, but firm. They stop near the edge, and the old man picks up a flat stone, turns it over in his hand, then skips it across the sea. Each bounce is like a breathlight, brief, disappearing. You're still waiting for something. Halvard says softly. Einar says nothing. Just know, the old man adds. Sometimes what we're waiting for is waiting too. Maybe the tide doesn't come to teach, but to meet. That night, the wind dies down. The sea lies like a silk sheet, untouched and waiting. Einar lies awake, thinking not of the fish he didn't catch, but of form, and how much of his life has been spent trying to shape it rather than reveal it. He rises before dawn, earlier than usual. No coffee, no fire, just him, the boat, and the gray hush before morning. He casts the net once and watches it sink. But this time, something inside him loosens. He isn't pulling for fish. He's pulling to see what's still tied to him. The net returns empty, but for the first time, it feels full of something else. The storm doesn't arrive like a thief. It builds like a sermon. At first, it's just a shift in the wind, a subtle stiffening of the air, like the sky is holding its breath. The gulls disappear. The fjord turns from slate to obsidian. The fishing village, usually humming with slow, familiar sounds, nets being folded, boots scraping wood. The soft rhythm of life sinks into a hush that speaks only in warning. Einar doesn't go out that day. He stays in the boathouse, hands resting on his knees, listening to the creaks in the ceiling beams like they're telling old stories. The water's edge hisses with a strange rhythm, the kind that makes your skin remember your childhood fears. And then, the storm. Rain doesn't fall. It slashes. Wind punches the walls, howls through cracks like a beast denied. Einar lights the oil lamp but turns it low. He watches as the fire sputters against the gusts. Each gust feels like it could tip the world a little off center. Outside, the sea churns in chaos. But inside, another kind of storm rises. Old regrets, strange questions. Why he never married. Why his father's voice still echoes in his head when he rose. Why, even now, at the height of it all, he's still searching for something he can't name. He tightens his grip on the carved seal Halvard admired days ago. Its wood is smooth, silent. It doesn't resist, doesn't demand. It simply is. And it occurs to him the storm outside is a mirror, not of anger, not even of nature, but of resistance, of the human habit of clinging to calm and cursing the wind. Hours pass, or maybe minutes. Storms bend time like wet oars. Eventually, the violence wanes, rain turns to a drizzle, wind settles into a deep, aching sigh. Einar steps outside. The dock is soaked, the ropes slick and trembling. The sky is split half fury, half forgiveness. And as the clouds peel back in strips, a single shaft of light finds the edge of the sea. And there, in the churned-up shallows, a ruined fishing crate drifts toward the rocks. He wades in, grabs it. It's not his. It's older. The kind they haven't used since he was a boy. He hauls it up, breath fogging with effort. Inside, broken netting, a rusted hook, and curiously, a smooth piece of driftwood carved into a fish. He laughs, actually laughs, not because it means anything, but because maybe it doesn't have to. Back inside, he dries off, tends to the fire, and sits down again. He recalls something Halvard once said when a boat they built cracked after its first voyage. Sometimes the form wasn't ready for the sea, or maybe the sea wasn't ready to hold it. And that's the paradox, isn't it? That we try to prepare for storms with planks and knots and steel mines. when often what's needed is not resistance but surrender. Einar stares into the fire and lets the thoughts rise, crest, and fall. He doesn't try to fix them. He just watches the storm inside pass, the same way the one outside did. By morning, the sea is calm again, not because it owes peace, but because it never promised certainty. The monk arrives the way important things often do, unannounced and in silence. It's early afternoon when Einar sees him for the first time, standing at the edge of the village pier like driftwood that stood up and put on robes. No one seems to know where he came from. Some say he came from the North Cape, where the wind scrapes the cliffs into sharp prayer. Others guess he simply walked out of the sea. But there he is, bald, sandaled, wrapped in worn gray robes, and carrying only a satchel and a staff. Einar, out of some quiet instinct, walks down to the pier and offers him dried fish and water. The monk bows, says, "Thank you," in Norwegian, but with the soft rhythm of someone who learned it from the wind, not the classroom. They sit by the sea, eating without rush. The silence stretches like a net unrolled. After a while, the monk speaks. "This ocean," he says, voice like water over pebbles, has no desire to be still. Einar, chewing thoughtfully, nods. "Stillness is rare here." He replies. The monk turns to him, smiling gently. Only when you expect it. That's the moment Einar realizes the monk isn't here to preach, or teach, or convert. He's here to observe, and somehow to invite the same in others. Over the next days, the monk stays in the village, sleeps in an abandoned tool shed behind the old fish smokehouse, never asks for anything, helps where he can, mends nets, sweeps paths, listens to children, but mostly he watches the sea. Einar finds himself drifting closer to him each day, drawn not by curiosity, but recognition. This monk, like the tide, asks nothing, and yet reveals everything. One evening, as they sit watching the horizon melt into dusk, Einar finally asks the question pressing behind his ribs. "Why do you watch the water?" The monk smiles. "Because it watches back." He picks up a stone, not to skip it, just to hold it. "You know karma?" the monk asks. Einar nods slowly. Most think it's punishment or reward. It's not, the monk says. It's cause, condition, result. You plant a seed. Something grows. You shout into a cave. Something echoes. He tosses the stone into the sea. The ripples bloom outward, then vanish. What you feel today, he continues, was shaped yesterday. What you shape now will rise tomorrow. But none of it is fixed. The sea changes every moment, and so can you. Einar watches the ripples, watches his own hands, wonders what seeds he's been planting all this time. Later that night, Einar sits alone in his boathouse. The carved seal rests in his lap. He holds it the way someone might hold a question, not to get an answer, but to feel the shape of wondering. The monk doesn't stay long. By the end of the week, he's gone. No farewell, no trace, just a single staff mark in the sand, nearly erased by the tide. But something in Einar shifts, subtle, like a knot loosening in the spine. He rows out the next morning, not to catch, not even to look, but simply to be on the water. And for once, the sea does not feel like a thing to conquer or endure. It feels like karma. And in that, oddly enough, is comfort. The sun rises pale and disinterested. Its light slips across the fjord like it's late for something more important. Einar rose anyway, moving with the slow grace of someone no longer measuring success by what he hauls back to shore. Today, the sea feels especially quiet, not in sound, but in mood, as if the water itself has decided not to speak. The oars part the surface with barely a splash. A few gulls drift above, but even they seem subdued, as if they too are watching, waiting. He casts the net, not with expectation, not with ambition, just the simple, familiar movement of rope through fingers, the practiced flick of wrist and weight. The net arcs into the air, catches a sliver of sun, then vanishes beneath the surface. He waits. 10 minutes. 20. A half hour. Nothing. When he hauls the net up again, it comes with only seaweed and silt, dripping like quiet laughter. It's the 5th time this week. Some villagers might call it bad luck. Others might suggest a curse, or the wrong bait, or that the gods have turned their gaze elsewhere. Einar just stares into the emptiness, and then, for the first time, he smiles, because it isn't empty. It's full of something he hadn't noticed before stillness. Not the dead kind, not the waiting room kind. The kind that settles between thoughts when you've stopped arguing with the moment. He sets the net down gently. Above him, the sky is wide and clean. Below him, the water sways in slow agreement. He lets the boat drift. There's a story his grandfather used to tell, one he never understood until now, about a fisherman who cast his net every day and returned home with nothing. After 7 years of this, the villagers mocked him. But on the final day of the 7th year, he caught a fish made of light, and in its reflection, saw himself as he truly was not hungry, but whole. Einar had always thought the story was about persistence. Now, he knows it was about perspective. He lies back in the boat, letting the hull rock gently beneath him. The clouds above move like thoughts soft, slow, passing. His breath, too, moves in and out without urgency. He thinks about the net again. How so much of life is spent casting it toward things we think we need approval, clarity, security only to pull up handfuls of nothing and call it failure. But maybe the emptiness is the lesson. To see what it feels like to want and not get. To notice what remains when the expected doesn't arrive. To ask gently if nothing comes. Who are you still? He closes his eyes, lets the sun warm his cheeks. The net lies beside him unused. And in that moment, he understands the creel may be empty, but he is not. He is full of sea wind and quiet patience, of floating questions and forgotten songs, of everything the tide brings in when you finally stop demanding. And that, somehow, is enough. The salmon return without ceremony. There's no announcement, no sudden change in the wind, just a subtle shift in the river's rhythm, as though the water remembers something ancient and stirs from its slumber. Einar walks along the stony riverbank with his boots half sunk in moss, following the curling mist as it rises off the stream like breath from a dreaming giant. Each year, the fish arrive, moving upstream in silent defiance of the current. Their bodies, sleek and glinting, leap from the water with a kind of joy that doesn't ask for witnesses. It's their season to struggle, to go against the flow, to return, not to escape death, but to complete something. Einar watches for hours, mesmerized. He doesn't fish them, doesn't need to. There's something sacred in the watching. A single salmon leaps high and lands with a splash that echoes against the stone. It reminds him of that monk's words, "What you shape now will rise tomorrow." These fish born here, scattered to sea, and now returned are shaped by rivers they don't remember. Their journey is not a choice. It's a truth. A path laid down by countless causes. Temperature, instinct, ancient design, and carried out with fierce, unquestioning grace. Einar sits on a mossy rock, pulling his coat tighter as the chill creeps in. He thinks about how many of his own choices weren't really choices at all. How much of his life was determined by what came before his father's expectations, his brother's shadow, the sharp silence left by his mother's death, and how, even now, the pull of old habits tugs at him like a tide. And yet, in the salmon, he sees something beautiful in the inevitability. Not resignation, but participation. They don't fight their nature. They fulfill it, and then they let go. One fish, older than the others, swims awkwardly against the current. Its silver scales are scratched. Its tail is torn, but still, it moves forward slow, certain, determined. Einar exhales, watching it disappear beneath a veil of foam. He walks further upriver, to where the current narrows and the sound becomes a hush roar, like a heartbeat underwater. There, he finds a quiet place to sit. The trees lean inward. The wind is caught in their branches like a forgotten chant. He closes his eyes. The monk once said, "Nothing exists alone. Everything leans on everything else." He feels that now. The river leaning on the rain. The fish leaning on the river. The moss leaning on the stone. Himself leaning into all of it, quietly surrendering the illusion of separateness. A drop of water lands on his hand. Rain, soft and slow. And just like that, the thought arrives not dramatic or thundering, but gentle, like a salmon slipping past your feet. He does not need to change everything. He only needs to stop resisting what already is. As he walks back to the village, the path feels different, not shorter, but softer underfoot. That night, he dreams of the salmon. But this time, it's not swimming upstream. It's resting in still water, the current washing over it. And somehow, even in sleep, he understands. Sometimes movement isn't progress. Sometimes stillness is the most sacred return. Dawn breaks like a whisper over the fjord, barely light, barely morning. Just enough brightness to lift the fog, to draw the outlines of dock posts and distant pines from the murk. The water is still, still like it hasn't been in months, still like a held breath. Einar stands at the edge of his boathouse, hands wrapped around a warm tin cup of barley tea. The net lies neatly folded in the boat. The oars rest where they always do. Nothing has changed. And yet, everything feels different. Today, he rose not out of habit or hunger, but out of something quieter, a readiness. The boat glides across the glassy sea. Its wake a soft ripple that vanishes almost as soon as it's made. Einar doesn't speak, doesn't hum like he sometimes does. His movements are precise, peaceful, like someone polishing the last sentence of a long-forgotten letter. He casts the net once, not to catch, to meet. The water receives it with a soft gulp. And then, silence. But it's not the silence of emptiness. It's the silence of a room after a candle is blown out, when the smoke curls upward and nothing more is needed. He waits. He breathes. He remembers 100 mornings, just like this one same boat, same sea, but with a mind clenched around outcome. Now, he feels no grip, no lean forward. He simply floats. A seal surfaces nearby, its eyes curious but unconcerned. It blinks at him once, then slips back beneath the water like a question he no longer needs to answer. He smiles, because there it is, the lesson. Not in the fish, not in the net, but in the space between effort and release. When he hauls the net back in, it's empty. But it doesn't feel like failure. It feels like truth, like seeing a reflection and no longer confusing it for the self. As the boat rocks gently beneath him, Einar closes his eyes. He thinks of the monk, of Halvard, of the salmon. He thinks of karma not as reward or punishment, but as this very moment, formed by 1,000 unseen causes. A breeze passes, not cold, not warm, just enough to remind the skin it is alive. And then, gently, slowly, Einar begins to row back to shore, not toward anything, not away from anything, just rowing, letting the still water carry him, letting the silence fill the spaces that no teaching ever could. The tide rises, the nets dry on their hooks. The village hums faintly in the background, distant voices, the creak of shutters, the call of gulls. But here, within the stillness, you remain, breath soft, body quiet, mind like the sea on a windless day. And as you lie there listening, floating, you feel the teachings not as words, but as warmth, as rhythm, as the truth of your own being. There is nothing you need to chase, nothing you need to hold, no lesson to memorize, only this, this moment, this breath, this gentle unfolding of silence inside you. Let your mind drift like the fisherman's boat. Let your thoughts rise and fall like the tide. There's nowhere to go, nothing to catch, only the ocean of now wide, deep, endlessly kind. Let it carry you. Let it rock you. Let it return you to yourself. In the next story, you are sitting on the woven flax mats of a Waranui, the meeting house at the heart of a Maori village nestled in the green folds of the Aotearoa Hills. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of salt from the sea and damp wood from the forest behind you. The stars begin to blink into view, one by one, above the carved rafters that loom like ancestral guardians overhead. In the corner, a small fire crackles, warming your toes. The glow flickers across the weathered face of an elderly kuya grandmother who sits with her legs tucked beneath her, wrapped in a thick woven korowai cloak. Her eyes, half lidded in the firelight, see through time. She doesn't begin with a greeting or announcement, just a slow exhale, and then a pause so long you almost forget she's meant to speak at all. And then the first words float out like the rising steam from her flax cup of kawakawa tea. Long ago, she says, her voice no louder than the fire's crackle. When the trees still spoke and the rivers remembered your name, there lived a girl who asked too many questions. Someone near you chuckles quietly. She hears it, of course, but her smile barely breaks the rhythm of her storytelling. She asked, "Why does the moon follow me? Why do birds cry when they fly alone? Why does the kumara grow underground and not in the sky where I can watch it?" Her kuya, like me, answered only when she must. Most times she would simply say, "Let the night speak before you do." The grandmother's hand stirs the air, mimicking the motion of drifting smoke. The night holds more wisdom than the mouth. Do you know why she asks softly, glancing around? Because it listens. And that, it seems, is where this begins, with listening. Tonight, you are not only a listener of stories, you are a listener of leaves brushing the walls, of flames licking driftwood, of silence resting between heartbeats. This is how the Buddha taught too, not always with great declarations, but with pauses that echo deeper than his words. The kuya leans forward slightly, the fire now dancing in the dark pools of her eyes. "Let me tell you about the tree," she says, "the one that grew at the edge of the world. But not just yet." First, she waits. And as she does, your body begins to quiet. Your thoughts, still pacing at the edge of your awareness, finally sit down beside you. A breeze flows through the carved openings of the Waranui, carrying with it a mix of crushed fern and sea spray. One of the Mokopuna grandchildren snuggles closer to their mother, who smiles gently but never takes her eyes off the storyteller. No one wants to miss a word. She lifts a piece of glowing wood with her fire stick, poking the embers. Sparks drift up like memories. Her silence becomes the bowl that holds the story. And then, again, she speaks. There is a kind of tree, she begins at last, that does not grow for fruit, or for shade, or even for beauty. It grows for the waiting, for the watching. You tilt your head slightly. You've never heard of such a tree. The totara, she says, old, patient, harder than most. It stands where the wind screams and the rain forgets its own name. She lets those words rest in your chest. And then the image forms high on a ridgeline, exposed to salt and storm. The totara tree bends, not breaks. Its roots reach into the mountain's bones. For over 500 years, this tree watches generations come and go, without clinging to any of them. The children play in its shade. The elders lean against its trunk. And when lightning finally splits it down the center, it doesn't cry out. It simply becomes part of the hill again. That is why we say, the grandmother adds softly, that the Totara teaches the first of the Four Noble Truths not with speech, but by standing still. That life is dukkha, suffering, not always pain, but the unease of wanting things to stay when they must go. She lets that truth wash over the room. The mokopuna blinks slowly. The fire dims slightly. The lesson doesn't feel sad. It feels true, like the ocean deep and gentle, impossible to hold. One of the listeners near you clears their throat softly, a sign of understanding rather than interruption. The grandmother looks at them with an almost imperceptible nod. Then she turns her eyes back to the flame. In the old days, she says, when a child's heart was too restless, their kuya would bring them to the fire, not to teach them how to think, but to show them how to sit. And so now, you sit. You feel the weight of your own spine slowly relaxing into the earth. The tension in your neck, in your hands, begins to melt like wax. There's no rush to the next part of the tale, no pressure to understand it all at once. In this Huernui, time folds in on itself. Your grandmother once sat like this, her grandmother before her, and now, here you are, one more being in the long lineage of those who listened beneath stars and flame. Somewhere in the forest, a ruru moorpork calls twice, a soft, haunting echo. The kuya raises an eyebrow, as if the owl has just agreed with her. The ruru reminds us, she whispers, that there are truths that only come in the dark. You begin to sense that you are not here to be entertained, but to remember something you've always known. The story doesn't move quickly. Why would it like the Totara? It stands and waits for you to catch up. Later, you might forget some words, but you will not forget the firelight. You will not forget the sound of breath syncing with silence, or how the story didn't feel told so much as uncovered. And still the fire burns. The kuya closes her eyes for a moment, not in sleep, but in stillness. She breathes in, then out, and the entire room seems to exhale with her. No rush. Not here. Not tonight. The fire crackles again, louder this time, as if nudging the next story into the room. The kuya's eyes open slowly, and she stares not at the flames, nor at the faces gathered in the Waranui, but at something just past them all, as if memory itself is stepping inside. When I was a girl, she says, my grandfather brought me to a tree. You hear someone shuffle, leaning in just slightly. He didn't say why, just tapped his walking stick against the roots and said, sit. So I did. We were there for hours, no words, only wind and bark, and my mind kicking like a fish caught in a net. I kept waiting for something to happen. She gives a soft chuckle, breathy and warm. And then something did. Nothing. She looks straight at you for the first time. That's when the learning begins. She leans forward and begins the korero, the teaching of the tree. This tree stands in the center of a clearing, halfway between where the hills rise into mist and where the river forgets to move quickly. It is an old tree, older than memory, and its bark has been carved not with tools, but with time. Grooves from wind, cracks from cold, lichen clinging like quiet prayers. Children used to gather there, she says. They played at its roots, leapt from low branches, made drums from fallen limbs. But one child, a girl with long black hair and eyes too still for her age, came alone every day. She brought no toys. She did not climb. She only sat. Villagers noticed, as they always do. Some worried, others whispered. But one morning, they saw her speak to the tree. Not out loud, but her face moved, ever so slightly. The way faces do when they're listening. And then she smiled, not a child's bright grin, but something deeper, like moss growing toward light. From that day on, she changed, not in a way they could name. She didn't stop laughing or start reciting strange words, but she carried something in her eyes that made people pause. Not fear, not sadness, something like space. Years later, she became the healer, not because she studied herbs, but because she knew how to be still while others broke open. People came not just to be treated, but to sit beside her silence. That silence, the kuya says, was taught to her by the tree. Do you see? She asks gently. Some teachings grow slow, like roots. She picks up a stick from the fire's edge and draws a spiral in the ash on the floor. The Buddha, she continues, sat beneath a tree too. The Bodhi tree, she says, had no script carved into it, no symbols, no statues. It offered only shade and patience, and in that stillness, the Buddha saw how everything connects desire, fear, memory, suffering, like leaves on the same branch. She murmurs. Outside, the wind rustles gently. It sounds like branches brushing sky. She tells you how Maori have always watched trees closely, not just for fruit or timber, but for signs. If the harakiki, the flax plant, flowers early, rain is near. If the pohutukawa blooms late, summer will burn longer. Nature, she reminds you, is always teaching. The question is, are you quiet enough to hear? There's a pause now. Long, comfortable. The fire shifts. A log falls inward with a soft sigh. The kuya reaches into a keet bag by her side and pulls out something wrapped in cloth. Slowly, she unwraps it. Inside is a small carving, a wooden figure, no more than a few inches tall, worn smooth by time and touch. It has the rough outline of a tree, not realistic, more like the idea of a tree. She places it gently near the fire, where the shadows dance around its feet. This was carved by my grandfather, she says. Each time I sat and said nothing, he added a groove. She runs a finger down one of those grooves now, tracing what can no longer be erased. Silence is not the absence of sound, she sees. It's the presence of space, and in that space, teachings grow. She looks around the room, her voice softer now, deeper, as if descending into your own breath, impermanence. That's what the tree shows us. It grows. It drops its leaves. It decays. Nothing clings. And yet there is no sadness in the leaf falling. Only change. She doesn't explain the Buddha's teachings the way a scholar would. She doesn't list sutras or chant phrases in Pali. Instead, she draws them with her voice, her hands, the way the firelight rests on her hair like moonlight caught in flax. Non-attachment, she says. It's not that we don't love. It's that we love without gripping. She mimics a hand letting go of a butterfly. To hold too tight, she whispers, is to crush the thing we cherish. Another log pops in the fire. A few children stir sleepily. No one speaks. She glances toward the shadows in the back of the room where her own mokopuna sit, faces wrapped in awe and blankets. I tell them this story, she says, because I want them to know that the world doesn't always shout the truth. Sometimes it whispers, and sometimes it says nothing at all. You lean back slightly, letting her words settle behind your eyes. Outside, the sea breathes against the shore. Somewhere, a stick breaks underfoot, but no one walks by. Everything feels still, as if the village itself is listening to the tree. And so are you. The kuya closes her eyes, and for a moment you wonder if the story is over. But then her lips move again, just barely. Sleep, she murmurs, is the softest teacher. And without another word, she begins humming, a low, steady sound that curls around your heart like smoke. It doesn't try to carry meaning. It is the meaning. And as you listen, you realize tonight isn't about learning more. It's about remembering what you already knew, long before you had the words. The kuya's hum fades like the last ripple from a stone tossed into still water. And when the silence comes again, it is full, not empty, rich with the weight of stories untold and memories unspoken. Then, without moving much at all, she begins once more. There was a boy, she says, who wanted to catch the biggest fish in the bay. Every morning before dawn, he crept out with his line, his carved hook, and his empty keet. And every evening, he returned with nothing but frustration in his chest and sand in his toes. She lifts her eyebrows. as if expecting someone in the room to recognize the tale. But no one claims it. The sea was full. His elders told him, full of fish, full of lessons. But he didn't want lessons. He wanted size. He wanted to show the village something heavy, something others would admire. He wanted more. She shakes her head gently, eyes half-lidded, as if watching the memory replay across the flames. Desire, she says softly, even wrapped in purpose, is still desire. The boy, she continues, wasn't lazy. He wasn't foolish. He studied the tides, learned the bait, practiced his knots, but none of it mattered. The more he wanted, the more the fish slipped through his fingers. One morning, the boy went further than before beyond the reef, where the ocean swells thick and dark. He paddled past the markers carved into his mind, past the safety of birdsong and morning light. The kuya lets the fire pop once before continuing. There, in the silence, he saw it. A shadow beneath the surface, big, still, waiting. She lifts a hand, palm down, and moves it slowly through the air like a stingray gliding through the shallows. He dropped his line. He whispered his hopes. He held his breath. The fish did not bite. Not the first time. Not the second. But on the third cast, something tugged, hard. The boy pulled, she says, with all the strength of his ambition. His arms burned, his teeth clenched, and just when he thought he had it, he looked down. She pauses here. The fish wasn't caught. He was. The villagers found his canoe drifting hours later. No boy, no fish. Just his hook, embedded not in bone or scale, but in his own ankle strap. He had tied himself to the chase and the ocean, indifferent as always, had swallowed the noise. No one speaks. The fire seems to dim, as if acknowledging the weight of the story. And then the kuya adds, so softly you almost miss it. This is how craving works. She leans back, her spine making no complaint, despite the hours she's been seated. The boy wanted something he couldn't name. Not hunger, not pride. Just a filling. She nods slowly. But the sea is not a bowl, and the hook is not a hand. You breathe in, deeply. The room feels rounder, heavier. You feel your own cravings drift to the surface, quiet ones, persistent ones, wanting peace, wanting understanding, wanting rest, wanting more. The kuya pokes the fire again. A new log catches, and its scent, manuka wood, earthy and clean, rises up like incense. Sometimes, she says, the most generous thing the sea can do is give you nothing. A few people shift again, not out of discomfort, but recognition. Like the story found something familiar inside them. She turns her eyes toward the young ones curled up in the corners. We teach our mokopuna, she says, not to fish for recognition, not to cast their hooks into others for approval. She looks back toward you now. Do you? You think of all the times you've cast into emptiness, hoping to feel the tug of enoughness. All the lines thrown out through effort. through praise, through silence masked as strength. You see it now, the hook tied not to a fish, but to your own ankle. The kuya lets that truth sit undisturbed. Then she shifts slightly and smiles not wide, but soft. There is a chant, she says, from the old days. It goes kawa, ewai, itemea, erere ana. Don't chase what is running. She doesn't chant it out loud, just lets the phrase melt into the room. Instead, she says, sit by the shore. Let the water forget you. And if something swims your way, it's not because you demanded it. You watch her close her eyes for a breath, maybe two. Outside, the wind stirs the flax bushes. A hush passes through the trees like a monk brushing dust from a shrine. When the boy disappeared, she continues. His grandmother didn't wail. She went to the tide and whispered, may you find what you could not hold. You imagine her, white hair tangled in salt wind, standing ankle deep in the surf, her voice rising just enough to be carried but not enough to command. Because, the kuya says, loss is not always punishment. Sometimes, it is the tide returning balance. And that, too, is a lesson the Buddha taught. She speaks now, not in metaphor, but memory. I once wanted a carving my brother made. She confesses. I thought it would bring me peace. He promised it to me. But before he could give it, he gave it away. She shrugs slowly. I cried for a day. And then I laughed for a lifetime. Because, she says, she understood. The peace wasn't in the carving. It was in the letting go. The carving rots now in someone else's home. But my peace, it's still here. She taps her heart, then the earth, then the space between. Craving, she says, is the storm, but stillness. Stillness is the canoe. And tonight, we float. The room grows quieter, if such a thing is possible. The fire is almost low enough to reveal the first faint glimmers of dawn pressing against the carved door. But no one moves. No one wants to be the first to leave the stillness. You don't even notice your breath has slowed, softened, that your body, once alert, now feels like part of the mat you sit upon. There's nowhere to go but here. And so, the kuya hums again. Not the same tune as before. This one is slower, lower. Like something remembered from a dream you never realized you had. You feel it before you hear it. You trust it before you understand it. And then it's gone. But it lingers. Just like peace. The kuya leans back ever so slightly, as if the last story has emptied something inside her and made space for something else to rise. The fire has quieted to glowing coals now. A slow breath of red heat that matches the steady rhythm of your own chest. The room is silent. Everyone waits, not with expectation, but with presence. Then she lifts her eyes. Let me tell you, she says, about the pendant that disappeared. Her fingers instinctively reach to her neck, where a cord now lies bare, but once held something precious. This is not a story of theft. She continues. It's a story of seeing. She closes her eyes and begins. In the days when the river still sang louder than the road, and smoke curled upward in long strands like promises. There was a punamu, a greenstone carved in the shape of a spiral. It had been passed from hand to hand through 3 generations, worn smooth by bodies and time. It was mine, she says simply, given by my mother on the day I left home to walk the coast alone. A pilgrimage. She explains, not for gods or power, but for humility. I wore it around my neck, she says, because I thought it kept me safe. And for a while, it did. She slept beneath trees, ate roots and berries, bathed in streams so cold they erased every thought. But every time her fingers reached for the punamu, she felt whole again, until one morning, she woke beneath a pahutakawa tree to find it gone. The cord still around her neck, the knot still tied, but the pendant vanished. She searched the earth, the path, her pockets, her body. Nothing, she says. It was like it had never existed. For a moment, she pauses, looks down. I panicked. She admits, not because of the loss, but because of the meaning I'd given it. I believed it was me. She presses a hand to her chest now. Do you understand? And you do. Of course you do. How many objects do we tether our identity to? A ring, a phone, a title, a story. We carry them like mirrors, mistaking reflection for essence. I return to the village. She continues, ashamed, angry. Certain someone had stolen it, maybe even cursed it. She gives a soft, bitter laugh. I even accused a cousin. A sharp breath ripples through the room. Not shock empathy. Everyone here knows what it feels like to leap toward blame when faced with uncertainty. But the pendant did not return. Not that day, not that week. Instead, what came was silence. The kind that enters a house and sits on your chest at night. Until one afternoon, she says, a girl came running through the village, clutching something in her fist. It was the punamu. She had found it tangled in the roots of a mangrove, where the tide leaves its forgotten things. It had not been taken, it had been given back by the sea, covered in sand, cracked slightly down one edge. She gestures gently, drawing the fracture in the air. I could have polished it, recarved it, but I didn't. I kept the crack. Because, she says, the crack reminded her of the moment she accused without seeing, reacted without understanding. It reminded her of the karma she had created, not because she lost something, but because she believed someone else had taken what life had simply asked her to release. Karma, she says, is not punishment. It's the ripple. She pauses. It's the thought before the word before the wound. She takes a long breath and exhales slowly, as if inviting you to do the same. We often think karma is later, but it's also now. The greenstone sits now in a small wooden bowl by her sleeping mat. She wears it no more, doesn't need to. What she once thought was hers has become a teaching instead. And what teaching is that she asks aloud, though no one answers, that what's lost might be returning, that what's broken might be enough. You feel your body soften again, shoulders sinking, breath stretching. There's something comforting in the idea that nothing really disappears, that maybe the universe doesn't punish or reward, but simply remembers. The kuya begins to speak again, this time more slowly. Her words come with a rhythm, like waves lapping gently at driftwood. Once, a monk dropped his bowl. It cracked down the middle. He wept. His teacher smiled and said, "Now it sings a different song." She doesn't tell you what that song was. You get to imagine it. Perhaps your own life has cracked once or often. Perhaps what you thought was gone forever is only waiting to return in a new shape, not as ornament, but as lesson. The fire beside her sighs again, low, content. You hear someone in the corner shift beneath their blanket. A child murmurs in a half-dream. The stars outside shimmer slightly in the blackness, like eyes that refuse to close. She looks toward the carved wall panels' faces of ancestors painted in ochre and smoke. She nods once, as if they've heard her. Then she says something you won't forget. What we call mind story. Object. Memory is only borrowed breath. So when it leaves, say thank you. And with that, she closes her eyes again. The greenstone glints faintly in the firelight, a soft green echo of everything she's just said. You sit a little straighter, or maybe just a little freer, because something in you has loosened. Some old grip, some quiet fear of loss, and in its place, a softness, a silence, a tiny beautiful crack where light gets in. The fire has burned low now, only coals and the occasional flick of flame remain. But in the darkened hush of the Wurenui, the stories still glow, like embers under thick ash. You are not quite awake, not quite asleep. That curious place where memory and dream begin to blur. And so, when the kuya speaks again, her voice feels like it arrives from within you, not from across the room. Some say there's a taniwa in the stream. She begins, not to frighten, but to remind. The children, even the drowsiest, stir ever so slightly. Taniwa. The word carries weight, an ancient one. Guardian or danger, depending on who tells it. And how. This one, she says, is not a monster, but it is misunderstood. She closes her eyes, and the story begins to breathe. There was once a stream that ran through a narrow gorge. Fast water, cold, deep in places even the bravest swimmers would avoid. For years, the villagers taught their children to stay away, not because of what they'd seen, but because of what they'd heard. It takes you if you go too close, they warned. It drags you down when you're careless. And so the stream remained untouched, beautiful, feared, but one boy, a curious one, couldn't stop listening. Not to the warnings, but to the water. He'd sit by the bank, watching the surface move. Some days it danced. Other days it snarled. And then came the dream. One night, the boy dreamed of the taniwa not as a beast, but as a question. A swirl of smoke with eyes like moonlight on stone. It didn't chase. It didn't growl. It simply said, "Come closer." When he woke, he followed, not recklessly, but with reverence. He walked the stream's edge until he found a quiet bend where the water moved more slowly. He stepped in, not deep, just enough to feel its chill wrap around his ankles like old silk. Nothing happened. No pull, no roar, just the sound of the current murmuring over rocks. He returned the next day, and the next, and on the third day, he saw it. A shadow huge and silent gliding beneath the surface. Not a creature. Not exactly. Something shaped by movement itself, as if the stream had learned how to watch back. The boy stood still, didn't run, didn't speak. And the taniwa didn't vanish. It simply turned, looked, and moved on. The kuya opens her eyes, peering around the room. Sometimes, she says, fear is the shell around the teaching. She lets that sit a moment. People blame the taniwa for every disappearance. She continues, every missing object, every storm, every mistake. But they never looked at their own panic. A few listeners breathe in more deeply now. You feel the weight of that reflection press gently against your chest. She lowers her voice. In time, the boy learned to swim with the current, not fight it. He found that the deeper he went, the calmer the stream became. Beneath the surface, where no one dared look, was silence, was stillness, and the taniwa. It never harmed him, because he never came with harm. She folds her hands now, resting them on her knees. We all have a taniwa, she whispers. Something we avoid. A part of ourselves we've made monstrous because we've never seen it clearly. She doesn't elaborate. She doesn't need to. Everyone in the room feels it. The flicker of shadow, the fear of unknowing, the moment we mistake discomfort for danger. That's why the Buddha taught mindfulness. She says, to see clearly, not to judge, not to conquer, but to see. And sometimes, she adds, what we see isn't frightening at all. It's lonely, waiting. You remember now the second noble truth, craving, aversion, illusion. She has wrapped all three in a tale of water and shadow. The stream is not dangerous by nature. It's dangerous when we thrash, when we resist, when we run, just like thought, just like emotion, just like the self. The kuya sighs, then offers a rare smile, soft and open. I went to that stream, she confesses, long after the boy's story faded into myth. I sat there and listened. I didn't see a taniwa, but I saw myself. She dips her fingers into a bowl of water beside her, lets the droplets fall onto the earth. Fear, like water, shapes to the vessel. Her words echo long after the sentence ends. In the back of the Waranui, someone begins breathing more deeply, asleep, perhaps, or simply resting in the cradle of the tail. You stay awake, but barely. She adds one more thought, like a pebble tossed gently into a pond. To meet the shadow is to meet your shape. No more. She turns her eyes toward the coals, which have begun to dim to a deeper red. And then she says, barely audible, even the stream rests eventually, and you do. Your shoulders relax. Your jaw unclenches. The Taniwa, once a threat, now feels like a friend, not a protector of territory, but of truth. You understand now the monster was never in the water. It was in the refusal to enter it. No one speaks, not because they've been silenced, but because they've been heard. The coals hum a soft red beneath the carved figures of ancestors on the wall, their painted mouths closed, their eyes wide open. Outside, dawn begins to consider itself, not yet rising, just thinking about it. You can feel it in the way the air has changed, no longer thick with night, but touched by the faintest silver. The kuya shifts, not to stand, not to sleep, but to reach for something. From beside her, she draws out a folded cloth. Wrapped inside is a feather cloak not full-sized, but woven in miniature. Each feather has been knotted into the flax with exquisite patience. Some are white, some dark, some the strange soft gray that matches moonlight on stone. She places it in her lap, runs her fingers over the pattern. This, she says, was never meant to be worn. A few of the Mokapuna lean forward now. It was made, she continues, to remember someone who never asked for thanks. The story is already alive. There was once a woman in the village, not old, not young, whose hands never stopped moving. She did not lead. She did not follow. But she showed up every morning before the sun, every evening after the last plate had been cleaned. If a fence broke, she fixed it. If someone wept, she sat with them. If food ran low, hers was the first basket on the table. But, the kuya says, she never asked for praise. She never spoke of what she gave. She never claimed what she offered. She lived by what we now call the Eightfold Path, the kuya says. But she didn't know its name. Right view, she saw suffering and did not look away. Right intention, she acted without needing a result. Right speech, her words healed more than they explained. Right action, her hands planted more than they took. Right livelihood she made with love, not greed. Right effort, she rose early, rested late, but never rushed. Right mindfulness, she noticed everything, especially what others missed. Right concentration, she focused not on herself, but the space between people. You can feel the path unfold in front of you, not as theory, but as footsteps. She never asked for a cloak. The kuya continues. But when she passed, the village made one. Each person offered a feather, not rare ones, not exotic, just honest. The kuya picks up a pale feather near the top of the miniature cloak. This one came from a boy she taught to tie his first fishing knot. She touches a darker feather. This one from a woman she helped speak again after grief had taken her voice. Each one tells a story. Each one a moment of compassion, woven into something that outlives the moment. And that's the point, isn't it? The stories we leave behind are not etched into stone. They are knotted into lives. The kuya gently lifts the cloak. You cannot wear this, she says, but you can carry what made it. Silence follows. You hear the smallest child stir, half dreaming, muttering words from an earlier tale. The boundary between story and sleep has softened. No one moves to redraw it. Do you know, she adds, what happens when a bird loses a feather? You wait. It does not mourn. It flies differently, but it still flies. She lays the cloak down gently on the mat. We don't need to collect feathers. We just need to offer them. You feel that in your chest? The desire to give, not as proof, not for glory, but because something in you has stopped asking what you'll get in return. That's the lesson of the cloak, not the beauty, not the feathers, but the hands that tied them one by one, not knowing if the story would ever be told. She closes her eyes again, whispers something soft in Te Reo Maori. You don't know the words, but your body understands them. A kind of blessing, a kind of gratitude. And then she opens her eyes and says, very slowly, if the Buddha had come to our village, he would not have brought sermons. He would have brought his bowl. He would have sat beside her, watched, helped. She doesn't mean a metaphorical Buddha. She means your Buddha, the part of you that knows when to kneel and sweep without being asked. That picks up the spoon, that listens without checking the clock. That stays present not because you're enlightened, but because someone else needs rest. The room breathes together now. In, out. Feathers fall in silence, but they do not fall alone. The kuya leans back. Her hand rests on the cloak. It looks like a mountain under moonlight. And for a long, long moment, no one speaks. Because sometimes the deepest part of the teaching is not the words, but the stillness that comes after them. The hush inside the Ware Nui is so complete. You begin to hear things most people miss, the soft scrape of woven mats beneath shifting feet, the distant murmur of tidewater curling in and out of the shore, the quiet breath of the kuya as she leans slightly toward the fire's final glow. No one stirs. The feather cloak rests beside her, untouched, and the carved ancestor panels seem to listen. 2 eyes painted open, ears carved wide. Then the kuya lifts her chin. Her voice, when it returns, is soft as drifting ash. When the fire is low, she says, and the words have thinned like mist. There's one story left. You lean into her silence. It is not long. It does not need to be. She looks not at anyone, but just past the room, where the sky is beginning to pale. There was a grandmother like me. She begins. Her hair was white. Her knees creaked when she knelt, and her memory fluttered like a moth around the flame of now. Each word lands lightly, but leaves a ripple. She had seen her people change, leave, return, forget. She had buried children, had laughed with ghosts, had once chased her own shadow across a field and never caught it. The listeners smile without smiling somewhere between recognition and reverence. And every night, when the fire burned low, she called the mokopuna to her side, not to entertain, not to correct, but to remind. She leans forward now, hands spread slightly, like she's holding something not visible. She didn't give them commandments. She gave them questions. You feel yourself lean forward too. What are you clinging to? She would ask. What is asking to be released? Who do you become when no one is looking? She pauses. Questions like lanterns, not to blind, but to light the way forward. The children didn't always answer. They often fell asleep. But the questions settled in their dreams, and that was enough. One night, the kuya says, the grandmother's breath began to slow. She didn't say goodbye. She didn't say anything. She just sat beneath the stars, by the fire, with her hand resting on the earth. And when they woke in the morning, her body was gone. Gasps flutter through the listeners. Not stolen, not hidden, just gone. No footprints, no disturbed mats, no scattered ash, only the warmth where she had been, and the questions she left behind. The kuya turns now, looking not at you, but into you. That is how we should go. She whispers, not clinging, not controlling, just leaving light behind. A long silence. Then, at last, she moves one final time. She reaches for a carved gourd near the hearth and pours a few drops of water onto the coals. Steam rises, gentle and silent. The hiss is barely a whisper. Then she speaks low, measured, the rhythm of sleep itself. Here is what we were meant to learn, my darlings. Her voice draws slower now. Words stretch like soft cloth over a sleeping child. That all things rise and fall. That breath is borrowed. That pain is not punishment. It is a message. She draws in a long breath. That love does not need holding. That stories do not need endings. You feel your limbs grow heavy. Thoughts drift like feathers on wind. Her words become water, sinking into your chest. That suffering exists, she murmurs, and it has a cause. But it can end. Your eyes flutter. Somewhere, another log falls into ash, and the path to its end is here, beneath your breath. She smiles. You do not need a temple. You are one. The stars fade slowly as dawn edges into being. You hardly notice. You are floating now, neither in story nor in sleep, but somewhere between. The kuya lowers her gaze, as if watching a candle burn its final inch. And when all else fails, she says, sit, like the mountain, like the tree, like the story waiting to be remembered. The fire is out now. The light comes from within. She hums one last time. A sound without melody, a lullaby made of quiet. You feel it wrap around you warm, grounding, and then it fades, slow as breath. The kuya closes her eyes, and in that final moment, you hear it not her voice, not the wind, but something beneath both silence, full of every answer, full of every beginning. Let everything grow soft now. Let the stories settle into the folds of your body, as if your skin itself remembers every tale, every lesson, every whispered truth passed down through firelight and time. The kuya's voice has faded, but it lingers echoing gently, not in your ears anymore, but somewhere deeper, beneath your ribs, perhaps, or behind your breath. Notice how your body feels now. Heavier, but also lighter. Heavier with peace. Lighter with release. Let your hands rest easily. Your jaw loosen. Your thoughts drift like the feather cloak laid across the grandmother's lap. Let them fall without needing to be caught. There is nothing left to understand. Not tonight. There is only the stillness of knowing, of being. The river has slowed. The stories have returned to earth. And now, so do you. Let your breath carry you smooth, unforced, like tide meeting sand. Let the taniwa of your thoughts return to deeper waters. Let the tree in your chest stretch toward sky, unafraid of storms. You are safe. You are held. And you are more spacious than you thought. Whatever you lost today can be unlost tomorrow. Whatever you chased can rest now. The hook is gone. The sea is calm. If you need to let go, do. If you need to cry, let the tears come like rain that softens hard soil. If you simply need sleep, it is already here. Close your eyes, or leave them barely open, the way the stars do just before sunrise. There is no right way to rest, only the quiet knowing that nothing more is needed. Not right now, not here. This is your firelight. This is your temple. This is your breath unfolding like story, like tide, like night. Sleep well, dear listener. You have traveled far without moving, and now you return to the place you never really left. The center, the silence, the softest truth. Good night.